appreciate you.
Well, my pleasure, because that's a wonderful, life-changing reading. And hang on one second. I want to pull one more. It's pretty recent, and it's stressful and it's painful, and but the main thing is these cards show that you're gonna come out of this fine, and your balance will be restored in your life. And in fact, there's an indication here. Look, here's the Sun, which is a card of health and growth and has fertility, but not necessarily in a reproductive kind of way. It's here's the Ace of Cups too. That reinforces good times are coming back to you. So this is really relatively new. So hang in there and see what happens. But all the cards are good for you. All of them are excellent for you. Okay.
Thank you so very much.
I will light a candle for you, a white candle, to send positive energy your way. Now, let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, the sporadic show that is finally on 2 weeks in a row. And I'm looking forward to more. I have no intention of skipping shows because if only the thing I couldn't do when I was very sick was I couldn't talk. It took my voice away. And I get such an energy boost doing this show that I think that if I could have done the show, as sick as I was, if I could talk, that I would have healed a lot faster, because there's positive energy there. And I'm a big exponent of positive energy. And I was denied that because of... that's what I sounded like. It sounded terrible. I'm still a bit hoarse. Anyway, Jeanette in Hampton, Virginia is next. Jeanette.
Oh.
Hi, sorry to mispronounce your name. Jeanette.
No worries.
Hi, how are you doing tonight?
Doing well. Just had 2 quick questions for you. Maybe you can help me out with.
Sure, we can take time too. You don't have to be quick.
Okay, so I've been trying to manifest like a best friend husband. Mm-hmm. I've been trying to do different manifestation techniques, going out a lot more. Just curious what you see in the future for that.
Okay, now remember, there's a practical aspect to this too. Are you going out among people and meeting people and doing things like that?
Yes, I have been going out at least a few days a week recently.
Okay, because, there's an old joke about a guy who wants to win the lottery, and he prays fervently prays to win the lottery, and nothing happens. He finally gets disgusted, and he curses out God for not answering his prayer, and a cloud appears, and a voice comes out and says, "Why don't you buy a ticket?" So... Just to say that, magical stuff is good, and manifestation is truly good. I spoke about this last week, is that in the 1970s, I did a study. I actually contacted many very successful people in their field. Some were even in buildings. But, wait a minute, I can't do a gag like that. The one, I wanted to talk to them about success, and the one thing they all had in common was that for years before they had attained their success, they saw themselves in that position. They could picture themselves in that position. So when The Secret came along, what was that, in the 90s or so, I was prepared. I knew that was what was going on, because and it makes sense. You're not going to get something if you don't visualize it, because then how are you going to know you got it, right?
Right.
I knew a person one time. I don't want to get into anything that would describe this person, but he or she, shall we say, had more breaks, had more things happen than anyone I ever knew. Had jobs that some people would kill for, and just kept walking away from them. Didn't think that it was the right thing. It was flabbergasting to me that this person had so many career options and just spit on all of them with disdain. And then years later, as an older person, wondered why nothing ever happened in life. So, the thing is to visualize it and to know it when it's there, and then to go out and see about getting it. So let's see what the cards show for you. How's that? About romance, right?
Sounds good. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Well, the first card I've got is the Star. That's a card of hope and optimism, so that's good. That's very good. The next card I have is the Ten of Cups. That means that's a happy home. That's a very, very, very good sign here because it involves family and living with someone and as a family unit. The Six of Swords is here. That's very good. The Six of Swords is about a person who gets from where she wants to be, gets from where she is to where she wants to be through her own efforts. So, yeah, that's there too. Now, here we go. The Two of Cups tells me that there's romance coming your way. The Two of Cups is a very good card for that. It means it's happening soon. Now, here's one of my favorite cards when this question arises. Notice that you're getting cups here. I've got 5 cards here. 3 of them are cups. So you asked about affairs of the heart, and this is what the cards are giving you. They're giving you cups. The Four of Cups is a person that tells me that there's somebody around you now who is interested in you, but hasn't shown it yet. So keep an eye out. See if there's somebody that you can spot around you. Because it shows a person looking at 3 cups who doesn't see that there's another hand coming out of a cloud offering another cup. So that generally means something that's there that you don't see yet. So, but it's not your fault. I don't think this person wants you to see it yet. But you may, if you're aware that that's happening, you may notice it. The 3 of Cups tells me, see again, cups. Boy, this is great. That the chances are pretty good that you're going to meet somebody through people you know.
Okay.
But these are all positive cards. These are all cards that have a good outcome and a good outlook. So I think you're on the right track for finding romance. Is there anything else to look at? What else was there?
Yeah, just wanted to see if there was any messages my spirit guides had for me, just in any subject.
Messages. Okay, let's see what we've got. Okay. Boy, these look like, this is definite. These 2 cards are definite. They go together. The Queen of Swords and Strength. The message of these is take command of your thoughts and be strong about it. The Queen of Swords represent mental. Sometimes it represents conflict, but you'd have to see that by the other cards around you. The Queen of Swords is somebody who's developing new ways of thinking, and it's starting to show. Your mind is expanding and it's growing. And Strength card shows that you need to be. I got another card here that you're going to love. Boy, I'm telling you, this is a message because I got 4 cards here and they're all major cards. There's only like 22 major cards in the deck here. So the Strength card shows that you've got the strength to do this. Now the Death card is here, and that's nothing to be afraid of. That means you're entering a new period of your life. One phase of your life is ending and another one is beginning. And we say that because there's a sunrise in that card. So it's not about predicting death, which cards don't generally do. If they do it, it's very clear. One of the reasons the cards don't do that is that that's what lies down the path for all of us anyway. But this is followed now by Judgment, which is telling me, the Death and Judgment card telling me that you're going to experience a rebirth of who you are. And it's going to be very good. And you're looking for a new way of living, and you're going to get it because you're strong and your mind is growing. So one phase of your life is ending and another one is beginning, and that new beginning is going to be a game changer. Okay, so this is very good. This is very exciting times then for you. You're growing and you're changing. You're growing emotionally and physically and spiritually, all of that. It's all there. Okay, so
yeah.
It takes strength to go through that, but the message is be strong. That's what the Strength card is. I definitely, since all of these cards were major cards, I definitely take that as a message from a guide. Okay?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Well, my pleasure, because that's a wonderful, life-changing reading. And hang on one second. I want to pull one more card to just see the overall. Okay, here it is. That's great. The 8 rather of Cups. The 8 of Cups is about a person who is walking away from things in life that aren't working and walking towards things that are working. So you're changing. You're changing for the better, and that's good. You're going to love it. Okay.
Yes, I have been on vacation for a month now, and I've been doing so much healing and so much growth spiritually and physically. I mean, I've been losing weight, and it's just the reading is totally accurate.
Great. You feel it, don't you? It's growing inside you. That you're blossoming in a new way. Some people get scared to death of that, But I see you're not just welcoming it; you're asking for it, and you're managing it, and it's good. And I applaud you. So if you can drop me a line anytime, and we can take a look at a few more cards if you'd like. My email is asktarot@earthlink.net, and you can also find me through askoneradio.com, or just do a Google search for Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and you can contact me. Okay.
Sounds good. Yeah, the street card. I'm a Leo, so I'm not surprised that came out.
Yeah, okay, it looks good. Thanks a lot for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And we'll shuffle the cards up again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that asks the metaphysical question, is this guy going to show up next week? And yes. Yes, I will. I make it my business to show up next week. Like I said, I was in a rotten mood today because helicopters woke me up and didn't let me get any sleep. But we transcend that. You see, if only I had had my voice while I was sick, I could have gotten so much positive energy. Elaine, right here in New York City is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, how are you tonight, Elaine?
I'm all right.
Well, let's see if we can make that a little better. Okay? What can I look at for you?
Basically just thinking about my romantic life and I guess health.
Okay, well, the romantic life, I can give you a quick answer to that because this is a card I just had for somebody else too, but there's a little bit more to it now. It's the Two of Cups, and that generally indicates a new relationship coming your way. If you're in a relationship, it can also indicate the relationship reaching a new level, but something new is coming. It's going to be very fulfilling because you have the Nine of Cups, which is a card of a person enjoying the sensual things in life, just deep, deep pleasures on all levels. And then the Ace of Cups is here, which is the beginning of romance. So these cards all indicate something good is coming your way. And soon.
Okay.
And your health, you said?
Yeah, I guess long-term health, if I'm doing the right things and stuff like that.
Okay, I'll take a look. Of course, if you have any concerns, see a health professional. I'm duty-bound to say that. I'm up to my earlobes in doctors, But let's see. The funny thing is, I haven't been able to get near a doctor since I was sick. It's funny. Nowadays, they don't want you to come to the office if you're not well. That's beautiful, right?
Exactly. It's like you kind of monitor yourself.
That's kind of crazy, though. That's when you need them. Let's see. What have I got here? Well, I've got all kinds of happy cards here. I don't see any speed bumps in your future here. I've got the Ten of Cups, which is perfected happiness here. I've got the Magician, which is a person who can draw spiritual power down to earth and use it here. I've got the Six of Rods, which is great success. I've got Temperance, which says that you're living a life that's well balanced. No, nothing wrong here at all that I see. Nothing at all.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure I was going down. I've been doing a lot of changes in my life, so for the better, in terms of health, eating right and stuff like that.
Well, according to this, you're handling it well, according to this. So let's see if I can get anything else on that. Let's see, now here's the Knight of Cups again, and that's again about a new relationship. Ace of Rods is here. Are you starting a new work procedure, new job, new career, work procedure? What the heck does that mean? It usually indicates a new job, new career. The rods are about work and career, and the aces are something new. So if you're thinking of doing something new, there's some opportunities which will be coming your way.
Oh, okay.
that's worth keeping in mind. So nothing. Everything else is happy here, like the Four of Rods. That's again happiness. There's the Ace of Swords. The new way of thinking is your mind is. You've already said that though, that you're making changes. That's the Ace of Swords. There's the Sun, which is healing and health and growth. No, I see no speed bumps in your immediate future here. It's looking good.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
Yep. No, just wondering if there was any other guides or anyone close to me sending any message or anything that that they can share with me.
Okay. Let's see what we've got. Once again, I'm getting major cards. Every time somebody asks me this, I just get major cards to them, so that's good. The World, which is a card that's assured success, so it's saying don't stress yourself, you're going to succeed. Temperance again, there's going to be balance. And the High Priestess, which is an excellent card. That means you have spiritual powers that, you can transcend this world and the next, which it's a very good card. You had the Magician before, so you see, this is the...
Yeah, it reminds me of my brother. Yeah, well, that's something that he's
everything's going to be okay. You're on a good path and things are working well. So it's disgustingly positive. It's all filled with positive. And there is here's the Hermit. That's about a guide. You asked about a spiritual guide. That's what this card is. It's about a guide. So that's like saying, and by the way, I'm the guide. What the cards are saying here. So I think you hit the right person here through me and the cards, but they're your cards. But yes, this is getting the Hermit card at the end, which shows a person holding a light to show you the way. So this is good. That is a message from a guide. It's all major cards, which is the way it goes when I do readings like that. And you're going to be very successful. And part of it is accessing the mystical side that you have. Do you use that side a lot?
I don't. I know about it, and I know that I could use it, and if I, get a little stronger and learn more about it, but I'm aware of it.
What would you like to learn? Maybe I can point you in the right direction.
Just kind of how to hone in on things. I have a lot of instincts, and some people would say, gut feelings and stuff like that. But I'm always aware of those things, and
okay.
That's what I try to follow. But
that's a very good sign. And the thing is, there's a book that I talk about a lot, because it's one of my favorite books ever. It's written in the 1930s. And the people who republished it wanted me to do the introduction, and I read the book and I said, you don't need me to write a word here. This thing is perfect. It's called Hunches. And that's what it's about. It's about the fact that so many people are intuitive and they have feelings and that things work out, but they don't know what to do with that or how to do it. And if you can find the book at mojoacademy.org or amazon.com if you want to go directly there. mojoacademy.org will tell you how to get it for a little bit less. Amazon, it's charged a little bit more. But it's by Lloyd Kenyon Jones, who was a prolific writer of the 20s and 30s, and it's the best book I ever read on psychic abilities, which ones there are, how to recognize them, and how to develop them. This is just something to keep in mind. Great. It's not, and I'm always hesitant to do this because I don't like to do a sales pitch, but it is definitely, I'm almost evangelical about this book because it's marvelous. It's called Hunches, and this is what you described, that the intuitiveness, the feelings. I mean, I've had the same thing happen to me over the years. I remember my wife was casting a film, and she found a guy who was just the right person to play the part. And when it was over, I said, he's not going to come back. You better prepare. He said, no, he's going to do it. He isn't going to do the part. I could just feel it. And so she got a backup ready, and he didn't show up. Sometimes we there's a thing, and it happens, and we get these vibes.
Right.
And the question is, how do you control that? Because you don't want that on all the time either. You want to be able to turn that off. It's like,
right.
could you imagine?
Or not just control it, but kind of like believe in yourself to understand those feelings.
Yes,
Kind of say, okay.
To listen to
not
that
be
voice.
doubtful of yourself. Right.
Yeah, just because the world is so full of coincidences that it's unbelievable, and it's the world is smaller than we think, and I strongly, and for the people listening, if you think that if this resonates with you, what you're listening to now, if you've had these kind of feelings, and a lot of people do, and especially people who listen to this show because you're interested in this kind of stuff. Check out the book Hunches. That's all I can say is that it's a wonderful, wonderful book that will help you develop these powers. It's got a dream book inside of it too. Those things fell out of favor years ago, but it tells what various dreams mean. So, but mostly it's about clairvoyance, clairaudience, hunches, that kind of thing.
Okay.
So check it out. I think you'll benefit from it. But you're doing well. You're on a good path.
All right.
Okay. Thanks for calling.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Bye-bye. And let's shuffle the cards. And you're listening again, Reverend Elliott's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network. We've been doing this for over 10 years now. That's amazing. I've got a backlog of hundreds and hundreds of shows. And I stopped numbering them here in my files. I'm going to have to do that. I have to spend an afternoon and do that. I became very lazy and very, very, what's the word I'm looking for? Lazy. That's the word I'm looking for. Lazy. I've become contemplative. No, I've become lazy, I like to joke that in an earlier marriage, one of the big complaints that my spouse had was that I procrastinate. And I got very angry when I looked that word up 2 weeks later. One more time. Anyway, Patsy in New Orleans is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi.
Hi, Patsy. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. How is New Orleans?
Hot.
I've never gotten down to New Orleans. I always wanted to. I have in my collection, I have a signed album by Sweet Emma, which I know she signed lots of them, but I managed to hang on to one, and I've got it. And I listen to it once in a while when I dust off the vinyl. But it makes me want to go there.
I'm actually in Lacombe, Louisiana, which is only 30 minutes from New Orleans.
Oh boy, what I wouldn't give, huh? Well, I guess because I live in a tourist neighborhood, so I know what it's like. So I don't know how the tourists are in New Orleans, but I know what they're like here.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not too thrilled with them, and I don't want to be one.
No.
To me, the tourists are the people who stand five abreast on the streets in the sidewalk of New York and block everybody while they look up at the buildings. But at least they come here and they enjoy New York. And I live in what's essentially the theater district.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Wow. I always wanted to go to New York.
Well, catch it before it's gone. It's changing.
Oh, wow. Really?
It's getting mallized. It's getting to be like a mall. But we do have the Broadway Theater is still hanging on in there, even though it costs a fortune to go see. But we still have lots of little attractions. There's the old New York is here. I mean, complaining about New York changing is a very New York thing to do. I mean, I've seen books from the 1950s. The early 50s with Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg whining about how Greenwich Village is dead. It keeps going. But we managed to stay here. So what can we look at for you tonight? What can the cards show you?
Well, I don't. I had two questions. My mother, she passed away when I was 20.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm 60 now. I'll be 60 tomorrow. But anyway, I never get a sign. I mean, I don't ever feel her, And so I was just wondering if she's around, if she shows me anything or has a message for me. And then I also have a son that has autism.
Well,
and, I'm getting up in age, and I'm just wondering if he's going to be okay after I pass on.
Let's see if there's a message from your mom. How's that?
Okay.
Because there's very definite signs I look for in a reading of afterlife reading to see if we're getting anything. And that involves one of several cards, like the death card or the high priestess card or judgment. So let's just see. So far I haven't gotten anything.
No.
No, I'm not getting anything at all.
Okay.
Let's take a look at your son, and then we'll go back to that, okay?
Okay.
Maybe that's a higher priority for you right now. This is what's blocking it. Okay.
Okay.
I'm seeing that there's provisions that you're making, that there will be. I'm getting cards of money. It's a sad situation, first of all. That's the Three of Swords, which is, that a heart pierced with swords. Then I have the Six of Coins and the Four of Coins, and these indicate money. And then that's followed by the Sun, which is health and healing and happiness and growth. The World, which is a card of success, assured success. So that's telling me that, that he'll be taken care of. That there seems to be a fund, and there seems to be methods that'll come up that will help. Let's just see if we can get anything. And listen, let me tell you, this is not normal for me, because I never have not had this work with an afterlife reading. But you did start by saying that you never hear anything and you never feel it, so let's see if we can do something. If I don't get anything now, you can contact me off the air.
Okay.
My email is asktaro@earthlink.net. You can find me through askoneradio.com. There's all kinds of ways to get me. And at no charge, I'll try it again. How's that?
Okay.
Because we might want to just discuss a few things in a more positive way and see if we can do it.
Okay.
But no, see, I'm not getting any of the cards that I usually get that indicate a past life reading at all.
Okay.
So if you can try another time with me or here, if you can get through, or just drop me an email and we'll arrange to do something that way. Okay. And no charge.
Okay.
This is not like sneaking a job out of you. This is we could do it by phone. The email is asktaro, ASKTAROT, one word, at earthlink.net. That's a nice old email.
Oh, okay. Okay, I appreciate that.
And we'll either do it by email or we'll do it over the phone, and I'll call, it won't cost you anything. And because this has never failed, but I have a feeling that you were not expecting anything, and that expectation is what's getting in the way. Okay?
Yeah.
So we'll take care of it if you want to, all right?
Okay, I appreciate it.
I hope to hear from you.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye. Thank you. Bye-bye now. And we'll shuffle up the cards. Jennifer in Minnesota is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you tonight, Jennifer?
I'm okay.
Well, maybe we can make that better. What can I look at for you?
I'm just kind of looking into, I'm having relationship problems.
Mm-hmm.
Where that's headed or what direction I should take.
Okay, let's see. 99 times out of 100, people ask me that. They know what they want to do. You know what I mean? Let's see what I'm getting. Is this a new relationship?
No.
Okay, because
no.
I got a card here, which is the Page of Cups, which is about a new relationship. And that could either mean a new relationship or the relationship you're in reaching a new level. Unfortunately, the next card is a card of unhappiness, great sorrow, the Three of Swords, which, it doesn't get more sorrowful than that. It shows a heart pierced by swords and it's crying. So there's a very serious situation here, right?
Right.
Well, the Knight of Cups is about usually it means a new relationship too. That's like the Page of Cups. That's why I'm confused here about this. Here's another one, which is the Two of Cups. And notice you ask about relationship and you're getting cards that are cups, and that's good. That means that the cards are listening to you. But they're pointing the way to something new coming into your life. The Page of Cups, the Knight of Cups, the Two of Cups is about a new romance. Here's the Queen of Cups, that it's something that you'll take in. And here's the Ten of Cups, which shows happiness. I mean, this is very odd, I mean, I think what you're thinking about is leaving, right?
Right.
Yeah, well, this is just showing that there's a lot of good stuff romantically in your future. But this is not the kind of decision that you want cards to make for you. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's a heavy thing here. But here's the Nine of Cups. That's about a very sensual relationship. But it's cups again. It's cups. It's cups. Cups. Every time I get a card here for you, it's cups. It's telling me that the Page and the Knight, they're telling me that there's something new coming your way.
Okay.
So, I can't, barely knowing you or the situation, I certainly can't advise you. But you keep an eye out, because here's the Nine of Swords. It's a very sorrowful situation right now, right? You're not happy.
Right. Right.
That's like the Nine of Swords and the Three of Swords are truly unhappy. But yet other cards indicating the future are happy, and they all center around romance. Like the Nine of Cups I was telling you about, or the Ace of Cups and the Knight of Cups and the Page of Cups. These are all, I'm just seeing happiness romantically in your future. How you get there is not something that I can advise you on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. So
I do.
But like I said, most people know what they want when they ask a question like that.
Right.
Like, say, if the question was, if I stay with this person, what will my life be like? If I leave, what will my life be like? But I think these cards are answering that there's good stuff in the future, and everything relating to now is sorrow. Here's another one. There's a Five of Coins. That's about money problems and sadness and woe, followed by the Ace of Cups, which is about romance. See, now, you're not being treated well in this relationship, are you?
Not the best, not the worst.
Because look at the Five of Swords here is, it's not very good. And the Six of Swords is here, which is a card about somebody going from where they are to where they want to be.
Okay.
So you're going to make, let me put it this way, as bland as this sounds, you are going to make changes in your life that are going to bring you the happiness that you want. What those changes are is up to you. Correct?
Okay.
So,
Correct.
don't let anybody tell you in an encounter like this what to do. I'm just seeing that whatever it is you do, you're going to make the choice that leads to happiness.
Okay.
So, you consider what you need carefully, and here, like the Sun is here. That's a card about health and growth and joy and happiness. And it's good. I see suffering and pain, but not in your future. Okay, you're going to take care of that.
Perfect. That will be perfect.
Is there anything else you want to look at?
Is there anyone you can see in the cards watching over me?
Okay. Shuffle them up. And, well, this is fascinating. I'm not going to particularly go by the meaning of these cards as much as I'm going to go by the pictures on the cards. The cards are the Lovers and Temperance. Now, in the Lovers card, it shows two people with an angel over them watching them. And the Temperance card shows an angel. So I think the answer to your question is yes. The image that the cards wanted me to see, to tell you about, is an angel watching over people. So there you go, right? So yes, I do see somebody. So that's good. That's nice. And it can be a little creepy to think that there's somebody watching over you, but it can be comforting. It can also be comforting too, you know. So
yeah.
But I think that you asked the question because you could feel it, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, you're a very intuitive person, and these two cards, to get two cards with an angel on them and one specific, here's another one. This is the Star, which is about hope and optimism, and it shows a bird. There's a person, a woman in the water, balancing the water, and there is a bird in a tree watching over her. See, that's the spirit. So that's two cards you got that have spirits watching over somebody. So that's the message, is yeah, you do have somebody watching over you. Okay?
Yeah. Sounds great.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for calling. And I will light a candle, and we'll send positive energy your way. How's that?
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now.
All right. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And folks, that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Whatnot, where we get together and we look through the tarot cards. And oh boy, I've got a lot of stuff to tell you about, but I've only got a couple of minutes left. There's a new book up at Amazon, not by me. It's a reissue of a book by Upton Sinclair with a foreword by Albert Einstein. Yes, that guy, Albert Einstein. You know, there's a very funny story about Albert Einstein. It's funny if it's true, but there was a guy in America called Petrillo, who was the head of the musicians union. And one of the things Petrillo did was he called a strike. He called a recording strike. And for a period in the late 40s, nobody made records unless they were like a self-contained group. So you'll get recordings by the Mills Brothers because they were just 3, sometimes 4 guys with a guitar. And you got choir recordings, but he called a musician strike. And I used to wonder, there were jokes in the Warner Brothers cartoons where Bugs Bunny would say, I sure hope Petrillo doesn't find out about this. Well, there was a benefit for the musicians union, and Petrillo played the trumpet. And Oscar Levant was playing the piano. And in this trio, Albert Einstein played the violin. And they couldn't get their timing right. And in exasperation, Petrillo turned to Einstein and said, geez, Einstein, can't you count? Well, to me, that's funny anyway, you know. But you see, even Einstein is not an Einstein all the time. But he wrote the foreword to this book. And it's called Mental Radio. And these are tests that Upton Sinclair did, definitive tests that he did with his wife to show that telepathy is real. This is what we talked about, like with hunches, for instance. It shows about that. But you see, it was a highly attacked book, but his methods stood up. People thought it was wrong that it was his wife who took part in the experiments with him, but that's kind of silly. It's because somebody had to do it, and it's just a fascinating book that helps prove the existence of mental telepathy. And we all know that. I mean, years ago, somebody gave me great advice. He said, always act as if people can read your mind, because they can. And boy, I tell you, because we give out more cues than we think. People can tell what we're thinking, you can tell when somebody's lying to you a lot of the times. You know that. So it's definitely a book worth looking at. I mentioned again, I'll repeat that 2 books that I mentioned. These are wonderful books that will improve your life. It's Unmasking Fear and hunches. You can find those at mojoacademy.org, mojoacademy.org. There's new books coming. By that I mean old books that have been forgotten. I've got a book from the 1890s that before I got ill I started to restore, and I am continuing that right now, and soon it will be available. And it's a book on the wonders and glories of solitude. That scares a lot of people, solitude, but I like it, and this is a book explaining a lot about it. And in today's electronic world where we're overloaded with images and sounds, that's good. So until next week, we've run out of time. Remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi. How are you, everybody? It's Eleanor Grace, and I'm here in London. And you're across the pond, or perhaps in Australia, perhaps in Canada, perhaps here in the UK with me, or somewhere in Europe, maybe somewhere in between. But anyway, I'm here to do some live readings for you on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. So welcome, welcome. Glad you could join us today. And I'm using the Rider-Waite Tarot cards today. These are always very popular. Lots and lots of people very familiar with these cards, and they use them for themselves as well. So you may be one of those people that got your own set of tarot cards and have a little go, have a little play, just to see where your intuition sits, where it absolutely falls into place. And of course, we've all got intuition, so it's in our own interest to use it more and more and to allow ourselves to blossom into those psychic senses that we all have, and perhaps explore a little more about how we can develop and use our psychic intuition to help us in life and to make good decisions, and perhaps sift out some of those people that we meet and decide whether they're worth pursuing or not. So we've got some live callers, I do believe, here today, and I'm just going to tell you a little bit about clairvoyance before we start. Clairvoyance is the ability to see ahead into the future, and that's what mediums and mediumship look for: spirit connections. Clairvoyance is about using your own talents, gifts, senses, intuition, whatever you may call it. Sometimes dreams comes through in dreams as well, to be able to make that connection, see ahead, and foretell what may happen if you choose this path or if you choose that path. So we've got cards that help us to do that. So we have the trigger of the images of the cards that really bring through that sensible choice and give us a psychic edge. And then, of course, without not forgetting our crystal balls. This one here, going to illuminate it for you because it's really nice, and I use this one a lot, particularly for protection and looking into the mind. Now, this is amethyst. Isn't that pretty? It's a really pretty colour. I'm just shining my torch onto the crystal so you can see some of those inclusions in the centre. And this is where I like to bring in the energy of the crystal, because it really makes a difference to what we can see ahead, and it brings that aura around us when we're doing a live psychic reading. And you like to look into it as well. We sometimes take it right up close there to the camera so that you can just have a peer into the centre of the crystal and really sort of say, yeah, I think I can see something. So what we look for are universal images in the crystal ball. And from there, and combined with the cards, we can usually ascertain as clairvoyants what we can see, what's going to happen. Now, here today as well, I have my crystal comet. And the crystal comet is always fabulous for divining readings. I use it for divination. And this is rose quartz. So we've got amethyst and rose quartz together, which I use to combine in readings. And it gives me that sense of where we're going. So we've got Hannah in Pearl, Mississippi. Hello, Hannah. You're through to Eleanor Grace. You're on the line. How are you today?
How are you?
Yeah, not bad over here. It's still all miserable with the weather. But of course, we always get that here in London. It's never a pretty time in February. It starts to get much more interesting in March. But I am good, thank you. And so, Hannah, let's have a look at you, shall we? I feel that you've got some burning questions, and I also feel that you've got spirit very close to you. And that's quite special, I feel, for you, because this is a time that you're remembering. I feel there's a lot of remembrance here around you, and that you really do want to show some gratitude, I think, to past lives and also past souls that have passed over, who have helped you in your life. Is that true? Is that something that you're doing right now? Okay. So we want to light a candle, really, don't we? You know, this is where I feel that you would get so much more benefit, I suppose, from having some candles around at the moment. I've seen lots of them, lots of little candles for you. And I feel that spirit will draw close, particularly in your dreams, and they're quite vivid at the moment as well. I've got the pitter-patter here of small children. Do you have small children around you, Hannah?
Yes, I do. I have 2 kids.
They're lovely. I've just got them pottering about and doing their own thing, and you're a great mum. You know, I've got this. Are you getting headaches? The back of your head?
Very much. It just started.
Oh, really? Well, I think you've given them to me. You've given them to me today, as I've got it here as well. And I'm looking at how we can release that. And your energy is great, you know, it really is. But you've got so much on your shoulders. You really are being weighed down, aren't you? And I think it's too heavy for you to bear sometimes.
Yeah.
Let's just cut these cards. I've got the Rider-Waite cards. I want to cut them. And I just want to see exactly what is around you. So can you choose number 1, 2, or 3 very quickly?
2.
Okay, let's see. This is pile number 2. So we've got them here. There's number 1, number 3. So we've gone for number 2. So the first card that you have is this one. And it's this man here looking out to the world and trying to find his way. And for you, this really represents perhaps the dilemma or the predicament that you're in, because I see you wanting more in your life and trying to find where that provision is going to come from is proving to be quite difficult for you. You're relying upon this person. I feel as though he's turned his back on you and has sort of removed himself and walked away. Has that happened, or at least is that how you feel? Because
that is what it's really just happened.
Just,
in the last 3 months.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I mean, it's just so hard to deal with now. Okay, let's see what's next. Let's see if we can bring some more light onto this. Was this your marriage? Because you've got...
No, but it was 14 and a half years.
Was it? Okay, so this is your marriage card. This was quite a strong, cemented relationship as well, and lots of friends and family around you, actually. So the opinion of these people is really going to matter, you know. And I don't think you're comfortable with that. I don't think you like that at all. I think that this is now a time that you really do have to think about yourself and keep things to yourself as well. The more you talk, the worse it's going to be at this point. Not because of what you're saying is incorrect. It absolutely is. Your position here is one of strength. You do have strength around you. You know, the 7 of Swords here, this is a bit of a nasty card. Not for you, but I want you to be aware that there's a great deal of deceit around your partner, your ex-partner, ex-husband, who's going to tell quite a few stories, is going to illuminate quite a few untruths, and you will be amazed and taken aback by what he's going to say, by the stories that he's going to say. And you thought you loved him. That's the difficulty that you're facing here, Hannah, that you thought you loved him and you thought that he was a better person than he actually has turned out to be. Now, you've got this Ace of Cups here. So let's just bring this in. So there you go. You can see it. So this Ace of Cups is going to be from your ex-husband, from the guy that has just turned your life upside down. And he is going to be offering out some sort of olive branch to you. A token of love, a gesture is coming. It's coming. Did you ask when?
No, I said, what is it? Would you say at first?
He's going to offer...
Going to come out with what?
Yeah, it's going to bring an apology to you. He's going to say something to you that you think, well, that's odd. That doesn't really make sense. It's like he's offering out some sort of olive branch. He wants to pretend, and it is a pretense, and I'm not deviating from that because there's too many lies around him, too many deceitful ways. But he knows he's cornered, he knows he's trapped, he knows he's being caught. So he's going to say to you, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Hannah, I didn't mean for this to happen. I want to come back, I want to be a part of your life. But you've got to go through a process here, Hannah, of really establishing what is true and what isn't. Okay, so be aware of what he says. Now, the truth is coming out. This is the problem, and it's a sort of a problem for you because you are going to be really keen on wanting to believe him, because we do. You can't really see that anybody could treat you badly, or your kids, and wanting to see you being able to survive. But this is the card of justice. So it's not about getting justice or your own back or anything like that, or revenge. This is about the truth coming out for you. So I'm just at this point going to take my crystal comet because it is important. They've got a strong card coming up from Spirit, and we've got 2 or 3 hidden surprises, hidden successes. All right, let's see which is the most important one now. So I'm using my comet now just to drop onto the cards and to see what is coming through for you. And there's a spirit message as well. There's 2 ladies in spirit. It seems as though they're sisters. They may be quite removed in ancestors, grandmothers, but there's 2 sisters here that I have in spirit. Okay, I'm dropping this here. So which is the most important card for you? Out of what we've just seen, it's the marriage card. That's the one that is really at the back of your mind. I don't think you want this, do you? I don't think you want to have this end. I think you want things back to where they used to be. Is that a feeling that you have, Hannah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you prepared? This is a question that you've got to ask yourself now. Are you prepared as an individual to really be able to say, okay, just for now, just on this particular time, are you prepared to turn the clock back? Are you prepared to forgive and forget, overcome the deceit that he's provided for you, and say, all right, let's just draw a line and let's start again? Okay.
No, I believe that what he's done to me and all this, that he chose what he wanted and he walked away. So I believe that I've just stand my ground and just walked the other way.
Okay. Well, I feel that you will be majorly successful because this is the card. It's the card of you riding high with success. It's very symbolic. You're on your horse. I mean, that's just being up there and proud of yourself, with your children, with your family as well. Watch your health. Do watch your health, because I know. Yeah, it has, and that's a worry, isn't it? I mean, that's where you have been really hit hard, I think, with circumstances. But there's good news here. There's somebody else for you in the future. I can see that in your crystal, in your cards. It's there. So I feel that this is a point of destiny for you. And no matter how hard it is for you to take and for you to understand what's happened, it's sort of meant to be. If I was in front of you and I could see your palm, I would be saying, look, there's a few lines here that are sort of written in your hand that actually say to me, this was always going to be the case. But good news is you have plan B in case plan A fails. So you're at plan A. You're at the point of no return. Keep being strong, Hannah. Keep thinking positively about yourself. You're a good person and you don't deserve this sort of treatment. Keep that in your mind. And thank you very much for coming in onto the show here today. It's been a pleasure reading for you. And do come back to us very soon. Best of luck as well. Spring looks bright.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Take care now. Take care. Hello. I think we've got somebody else on the line now. Is this Laurie in Manitoba, Canada? Manitoba. That's it. That's how you pronounce it.
Hello.
Hello
yes,
there, Laurie.
Manitoba.
Okay. My geography is really poor, but I think everybody knows that by now. I'm not used to negotiating my way around the USA. I'm quite happy here in London, but it's wonderful to speak to you and to be able to connect as well. Connect directly through to that psychic element that surrounds you. And I feel in you, it's particularly strong. Have you been told that before, Laurie?
You know what, I have, I'm quite spiritual in that way.
Yeah. I can see it. I can see lots and lots of white lights around you. There's this lovely indigo aura. And of course, we have got the indigo crystal ball, and I'll be looking at that. I can illuminate it a bit to bring in that lovely violet hue, the amethyst hue, which is always fabulous. And I'm going to start with this, actually, with you, Laurie, because I feel that you're transcending across a variety of different challenges at the moment. I see plains in front of you. It's like this drifts and drifts and drifts of open land. So it's almost as though you can just write your own story. You can do whatever it is that you want to do, but you're jumping into a different future than the one that you expected. So you've been thrown a curved ball in life and you're not quite aware of it yet. If you see this sort of S shape, you can probably see it. It's just like a land mass. So there's lots of land here in your crystal ball that I'm seeing. There's a lake here as well. You'll probably see that right in the center. But equally, you have souls in spirit that are slowly working its way towards you to communicate with you as well. Now, you'll see the brightness of your own aura, which I think is really important because you have such a strong spiritual sense here, Laurie. And I feel that you will teach some people. There's teaching here, and there's a sense of duty that you will have as well in making sure that others really do discover their true sense of psychic ability. So I think there's a big role for you as we're going forward into the future, but that is for your own spiritual sense. I've also brought in here this wonderful sort of earth energy, and you need it. It's this lovely blue. Let's pull it out of the camera a little bit. And it's agate blue. And this is really representing the earth, the sky, the sea to me. But really what it is showing you, Laurie, is that you need to be grounded. You need to have a great sense of perspective right now. And I feel that you have got that, and that's something that you're going to really look at and decide upon as well. So there we have the earth energy. So we've got the amethyst there that is giving you this strong sense of spiritual awareness, and we've also got the grounded earth energy, the sky and the sea becoming one, so anything is possible. And I feel that with you, that you have a time now where anything is possible, and you've got to write your own story, because all of this land that is in front of you is all about you taking that decision to say, I'm going to change it. I'm going to change some things. I don't like what I've got right now. And I'm not totally unhappy, but I'm a bit frustrated, a bit thwarted by other people and what they're presenting to me. So I do see obstacles there from others. Do you feel that at the moment, Laurie? Do you feel that people are getting in your way? Is that sort of feeling that I have?
There is people that are in my way, that are in my life, and there's changes that I want to make, that I need to evolve on my own. And they're welcome to join me, of course. But, sometimes people are a little needy, and they feel like I should be responsible for them. Yes, that's what I'm feeling.
I know, and that's really hard to deal with, isn't it? Because you don't want to be impolite and say, well, hold on a minute, these are my ideas and this is my journey. And while I'd like to share it with you, I'm not going to give it to you. I'm not going to do it for you either. So, there are a few blockages. And I feel that these particular individuals, maybe don't even realize it, but they have negative energy and they're feeding off you. And that's never a good situation at all for you. And this is your card today. You're the card of the Empress. It's sort of one of the highest characters in the tarot deck, which just indicates where you're going. And that is to be in charge, to have a persona that really is very powerful and strong, that you are the person that actually has the skills, you have the talent, you have the ability and experience to make these changes, to write your own story, to have these open fields in front of you. I mean, they're not just small little tiny fields like we have here in England. This is massive, it's sort of like huge landscape that I can see. So you have far to go. You've got a long journey to take, and you're just about getting ready. Now, I've got lots of really bright lights all around, like a big gate or a big driveway here, and you're going through it. And I feel that this is a symbolic journey. It's an ease of passage where you've earned your sort of stars at the moment.
Did you say valley?
Yeah, I did. Is that something that is happening with you?
I've been considering it, yes.
Well, I have it here, and I think that it's the next move for you. And it's easy, you're being given a lot of encouragement and also this great sense of excitement. I'm so excited for you. I want to be there with you and sort of go through these gates and go into that new land and go through this valley. Now, let me see what is next here. Interesting, isn't it? You've got the devil here. Now, the devil is not a difficult card. This is about negotiations, okay? Particularly in your spread. So I feel that you have to leave negative people and negative energy behind. One person in particular is somebody who was quite damaging to you verbally. I've got a lot of nasty words. Is that true? Was there a man who was being quite harmful in what he said to you, Laurie?
In the past, where would that be? Sorry, you were kind of cutting out.
Oh, right, okay. No, I've got a man here from your past who was really being troubled, perhaps had a disproportionate view of you, was a bit possessive towards you.
I could say yes to that.
Okay, right. That's where you've come from. This is the journey. So you've come from this difficult, negative energy to where you are now. And this is the Empress, which is the positivity that's around you. Somebody new for you. You should have met him by now. The initial of T I'm going to give you is T for Tommy, but that's not his name. It's an unusual name. There's a nickname around him. And TI is what I've got. Come back and tell me about him. Perhaps in the near future, the next couple of months. I can see him walking down a path, coming down to greet you. Very important person that you will engage with. And those souls in spirit are the bright lights there. You have to think a lot about what you actually want now, because there's so much help in spirit for you. The angels are there. They're going to come in and they're going to lift you up and give you that great sense of excitement. And the new pathway brings you new love. There's a new romance, new love, initial T, followed by an I. Remember that. Come back to me and let me know.
Okay.
And let us know on the show as well. But your own development is massive. And I think that 2024 is going to be a year of change. But it's a good year for you. It's not a year to say, oh, everything went wrong. It is a year where I'm going to give you the image of my blue agate snow crystal ball again, because this is where you need to be grounded, thinking about your energy, what you can achieve as a single person, and letting go of difficulties. We've all had that. We've all had nasty people in our lives, and there's lots of them. So you've got to leave that frustration behind and welcome and sort of really set your intentions to the future. Welcome in new and positive people. Grandmother, I think, and grandfather together are looking over you, sending you some flowers. Is it your birthday soon?
Just passed.
Just had it?
Just passed.
Okay.
So.
It's as though they're sending you flowers, or they already did. But in any event, tonight I'm giving you flowers for your birthday from Grandma and Granddad in spirit. I'm going to say bye-bye, and thank you for joining me today on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye, Laurie, and bye-bye, Hannah, and see you soon. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Sessions with Spirit with Gene Rose. Live from Facebook.com/Tarot Readings by Gene Rose. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page. Facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites.
Ask1Radio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Sessions with Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 23rd, I believe, episode of Sessions with Spirit. I am your host, Gene Rose, a.k.a. JJ, though I do also answer to JR. I went ahead and I pulled a card for everyone, especially with the weekend coming up. The card was from the Litha deck from Seasons of the Witch, and it is Scavenger Hunt. This card is number 32, and it is all about what you thought was hidden is hiding in plain sight. So essentially, the answer to your problems is right in front of your face. You just need to take that step back and look at the situation with a new perspective and fresh eyes. So just know and understand that, especially in moving forward. I know sometimes it can be awfully confusing, especially when not knowing what to expect and facing those dreaded unknowns. It can be a little bit daunting and even overwhelming. So just know and even expect things to work out and to fall into place. Like I said, scavenger hunt is a wonderful card. You just need to look past your own nose. Yes. So that is wonderful. Guys, we're going to be taking 2 callers tonight. Yes, we are. I do not have any requests from my followers this week. Reason being is I want to talk a little bit about next week. Next week is going to be episode 24. I'm quite excited about that, as I'm going to be speaking with Lorraine Anderson. She is actually the author of the Seasons of the Witch decks. So I am so proud to have this opportunity. So that'll be next week, yes. And I'll be going over some of the answers to the questions that I asked her during the interview. Unfortunately, she cannot be with us this late. However, I am going to speak with her during the day. I have a meeting set up with her, and I will be asking her questions. And I also have up on my Instagram questions that I'm taking. So if you have something that you want to ask Lorraine, by all means, hop on over to my Instagram. It is Tarot by Genos, also Jeannie Bean 724, either one, and you can post your question for Lorraine Anderson. So guys, we're just waiting on our first caller. We have Liz in Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. She is ready. So let's go with her. Hello, Liz. How are you?
Hi. How are you?
I am doing well.
I'm very well.
I'm so glad to hear that.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Oh, you're so welcome. It's a pleasure. What are we reading on tonight?
Pardon?
What are we reading on tonight?
Oh, I would just like to know a little bit whether I will be moving soon, and sort of business and love, if you've got anything that comes through.
Sure. I'm going to pull first on your moving question. I did get a yes. Love, though you're going to want to put some thought into where you move. So don't be so quick to take the first place that pops up. You definitely want to invest some time and energy in this, especially with that 7 of Pentacles being that final card. That card is going to be all about investments, investing time, energy, intention, especially, like I said before, in regards to where you are moving. You definitely want to put your all into this, especially when figuring out what direction you're going to move in. Let's pull some cards on love.
That's what I'm trying to work out.
I
the
love
direction.
it. Oh, yes. So there's your confirmation. Do I feel as though in the end you will end up moving? Absolutely. It's just going to be a matter of time, as you should take, to find that specific place that is going to basically tug at your heartstrings.
Right.
Yeah. In regards to love, I would definitely encourage you to step outside your comfort zone. Are you currently single? Liz? So the first card is the 7 of Swords. However, that card thankfully felt reversed. That card is going to refer to the lack of self-sabotage, so definitely thinking outside the box and embracing the possibilities and even opportunities that lie ahead. The second card was the Ace of Pentacles. That card is going to refer to unexpected stability. If you are single, I will say that I feel like they're just basically going to drop in your lap, as that is what aces represent. Something unexpected happening, followed by strength, exercising more courage, that bravery. Hey, Liz?
Yes.
Oh, love. Okay, so like I was saying...
I lost contact with.
You are totally fine. No worries. The first card was a lack of self-sabotage. So I was really happy to see that. Your second card refers to unexpected stability. So in essence, I feel as though if you are single, they're going to drop into your lap. If you are with someone, stability will be restored into the relationship. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Awesome. Strength was your next card. That card is going to refer to exercising courage as well as being brave. You really want to put your best foot forward, especially seeking what you want in a relationship, not settling for less. Your fourth card was the King of Wands. This refers to success and it being even a passionate connection. I thought that was really awesome. Followed by that Two of Wands, making a plan and putting it into action. Don't be afraid, like I said before, to step outside your comfort zone, especially in terms of going after what you want. Does that make sense, love?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so glad, Liz.
Wonderful.
I am so glad. Like I said, don't be afraid to step outside your comfort zone. I know it could be a little bit daunting, but definitely go where the opportunities are.
Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome, Liz. You have a wonderful night.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Take care. Oh, how beautiful. Guys, that reading was absolutely amazing. It really was. Did you guys know that tonight is the night of the new moon? So definitely set your intentions for those new blessings and opportunities that you want to come into play. It actually is in the sign of Gemini, which I thought was absolutely fantastic. Shout out to my dear friend, Jen. She just celebrated her 50th birthday party, or her 50th birthday. I am so proud of her, and she too is a Gemini. So love, I hope you're taking advantage of tonight's new moon. So guys, I hope that, with me explaining things in terms of like the new moons, the full moons, things like that, and even offering suggestions in terms of things that you can do, I hope that is definitely helpful. I know that for me and in my own life, I like to do little things, little rituals, if you will, of just clearing the energy and setting new intentions with each lunar phase. I find it to be most beneficial, but also it helps me to mentally and emotionally stay on track. It does, just like those gratitude journals. Guys, those gratitude journals are so incredibly important. They can also help you in manifesting. What is required in manifesting? Unwavering faith, but also gratitude, having a grateful heart. So you want to make sure that you have those two energies moving forward. Let's go with our second caller. Diane, you with me?
I am. I'm right here.
Oh, love, welcome to Sessions with Spirit. How are you doing this evening? You're so welcome. How are you doing this evening?
I'm okay. Just kind of worried about my living situation.
I'm sorry to hear that. When I am done with the show, would you like me to light a candle for you?
Please do.
Absolutely, Diane. I have no problem. Let me just jot your name down real quick. But yes, so we're going to do or pull cards on your living situation. Why don't you tell me about it?
I've lived in my house for over 20 years, and now I've got some structural problems with it and no money to fix it.
Oh, my love, that is so stressful.
Yes, it is. Because I can't live anywhere else as cheaply as I live here.
Yeah.
And I just don't know what to do.
Well, that's understandable. First off, I do feel as though there are opportunities ahead. Definitely look into homeowners, grants, things of that nature. Overall, are things going to work out in your favor? The answer is yes. So you are going to be able to stay where you currently are. Yes.
Oh, good.
I did the questions as a yes or no question, but with me, when I do yes or no questions, especially using tarot and not a pendulum, I always give background and context to the answers. So your first card was the Eight of Pentacles. That's going to refer to things coming to fruition, things manifesting, things happening. Your second card was the Five of Swords. That's going to refer to you setting boundaries, especially with yourself and this worrying. What is worrying? Basically trying to manifest or focusing on exactly what you don't want to happen. Because that's where you're putting all your energy and intention, is worrying if X, Y, and Z happens. Your third card was the Moon. That card is going to relate to doubt spheres as well as illusions. Like I said, watch your mindset and where and what you think. Followed by the Empress. That card fell reversed. Instead of deciding not to decide, you want to decide. Make that decision that you're going to be positive about it. You're going to figure this out. Things are going to be okay. Like I said, definitely do some research. There might be some grants or programs that you could apply for. Followed then by the Eight of Wands. It's all about dynamics. I did go ahead and pull an extra card for you. It was the Knight of Cups. That card is going to refer to that chaotic emotional energy, that worry, that fear. I pulled 2 extra cards. So you got a total of 8. The next card was the Five of Cups. That card fell reversed. I was really happy to see that because that's going to refer to a lack of regret. So like I said, I feel as though the situation is definitely going to work out for your favor. Then followed by the Seven of Pentacles. That card is going to refer to investments. Definitely the ability to fix the property, to invest money into it, as well as having it fixed overall. Would I worry? No. Do I realize that that is way easier said than done? Of course. But I am a straight shooter when it comes to readings. I don't beat around the bush, and I am not what I call a yes reader. Like, oh yes, you're going to get $1 million. And yes, he's going to leave his wife. And yes, he's going to come back. I can't do that. I can't. It's a disrespect to you, and it's a disrespect to the cards. The cards are revealing that things are going to work out and you are going to find the funds, whether it be through a grant, an assistance program, or you just happenstance and you come across money. I wouldn't worry. I really wouldn't. I know it's much easier said than done, but Diane, I really feel as though things are going to work out. Can I pull 3 oracle cards for you as well?
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay. I love this deck. It is the Seasons of the Witch. It's the Litha edition. I actually speak to the author next week. And I am over the moon excited. Yes.
That's wonderful.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So, Diane, your first card is Heather. That card is, you are worthy, my dear. Silence the noise that strips you of your peace. Make sense? That worry, that angst, that fear, the what ifs, the waiting for the other shoe to drop. Your next card was Sunstone. And the uniqueness of who you are lives a world yet to be discovered. You already have the power within you. You just have to unleash it. Believe in yourself. Have that confidence. That third card is herb crafting. Allow your roots to dive into the depths. Your spirit calls for grounding. So obviously with all this stress, you are a bit unsettled. That definitely is my card for self-care. Whether you do makeup, however, and whatever your form of self-care is, definitely make sure you pamper yourself and take that time for you.
Excellent. This is what I needed to hear, for sure.
Oh, Diane, I'm so happy I was able to help. I truly am. And please, if I may be so bold, please follow me at Tarot Readings by Jean Rose on Facebook. I would love to be updated about your story and your situation and know where you're at.
Okay, what was that again? What on Facebook?
It's on Facebook, and it is Tarot Readings by Jean Rose.
Okay.
The link is also at the bottom of the screen.
Okay. Yeah. Wonderful.
Oh, Diane, this was an absolute pleasure. I'm so glad things are going to work out for you. Like I said, do it afraid if you have to, but definitely do not entertain those negative thoughts.
Good. I will definitely change my way of thinking right now.
Diane, I'm so glad to hear that. You be well and be blessed.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome, Diane. You take care.
I will.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Guys, another beautiful reading that we knocked out of the park. I am so pleased with the readings that we were able to do this evening. Oh my goodness. And I was able to read from the Litho deck. I am so happy about that. I think I'm going to surprise a couple of my Siggies with a reading. I know you guys didn't ask for it, but I think it would be really cool if we closed out the show tonight with a couple of readings for you guys. So let's do it, right? So first up is going to be our beautiful Z. Yes. She is our Stiggy ambassador, also our Stiggy vampire, we call her lovingly. She is a wonderful part of our Stiggy family, as well as she is part of our Mod Squad. And guys, if you want to join us too, join us on TikTok under Mrs. Stiggy, Stiggi. So Z, your first card was the King of Pentacles. That card is going to refer to as be a success, specifically in terms of money. The second card was the Eight of Swords. However, that card fell reverse. No longer feeling trapped, captured, or stuck between a rock and a hard spot. And then, of course, your final card was the Nine of Pentacles. That card is going to relate to the start of long-term stability. So, yes, wonderful cards, love. What else should we read for? I think next up shall be, let's do Ada. Guys, I hope you're watching. And if you are, I give my entire Stiggy family a huge shout out. I love you guys so much. Yes, so Ada, your first card was the Nine of Pentacles. That's going to refer to the start of long-term stability. Your second card was the King of Pentacles. Again, that's success, especially in terms of money. And your final card was Temperance. This card, and especially, you know how I feel about this card. It is one of my tattoos. Temperance is all about exercise and patience. Once we do that, harmony is restored. We need to exercise patience with ourselves, perhaps another person, or even a situation. So no matter whatever the case may be, make sure you instill that patience so that that harmony can come back. And I think we might have time for a couple more. Let's go for Ash. Ooh, Ash, the first card is the Three of Cups. That card is going to relate to celebrations, of course. Second card is the Eight of Cups. That card fell reversed, thankfully. So you don't need to let anybody go right now or anything go right now. Remember, Cups is the emotion suit. So you want to kind of stay where you are at. And the final card is my favorite, and that is the Queen of Wands. That card is all about being a warrior, taking every brick that is thrown at you and using it to build your foundation. It's also about fortitude, strength, courage, bravery. It's also about resiliency, as well as passion and also strength, if I didn't already say that. So yes, it's a beautiful card, and it also corresponds to that fantastic fire energy. Next up, let's read for Jamie. Yes. She is another one of our Stiggy mods. She's absolutely wonderful. So shout out just to the Stiggy family, as I said before. You guys, if you haven't already, definitely check us out over on TikTok. I give readings. I do mediumship. We have a fabulous time over there. First card is going to be the Four of Pentacles. That card is going to be all about holding on to something that you need to let go of. Followed by that Three of Cups. Again, a card about celebrations, really soaking in the moment and staying in the present. Your last card was the Eight of Cups, and that card fell reversed, thankfully. So there's nothing that you quite need to let go of at this time, whether it be emotionally or even a person. You're good where you're at. Yes. Let's also do one for Loreline. Yes. So. Okay, so first card is going to be the Two of Wands. That card is going to be all about putting a plan together. Second card is going to be the Five of Cups. That card fell reversed. That lack of regret, of course, then followed by the Four of Cups. Being active, staying put, or like not staying put, not having those thoughts out of boredom, but instead kind of thinking about and doing things as well. Guys, I think we have time for one or two more. Yes, this was a really fun way to close out the show tonight. Oh my gosh, how fun. And it definitely is a way for me to give back on top of doing the live callers, but also doing these readings for the city. So next up, we're going to pull for Kristen. Yes, we are. Kristen, your first card is the Empress. This card is going to be all about deciding not to decide, then followed by the Star. That's going to refer to a hope, wish, or dream coming true. The final card was the Ten of Wands. That card fell reversed. So no longer feeling overwhelmed, not having a lot on your plate anymore, and being able to take things in stride. Yes. Beautiful, beautiful readings tonight, guys. Let's do one for Josh, my birthday twin. Yes. So your first card was the Two of Cups. That card, of course, is going to refer to true love. Second card is the Two of Swords. That card fell reversed. That card is going to refer to kind of knowing what direction you want to go in. Instead of indecision, it refers to the direct opposite, deciding on what you want and knowing what you want. That beautiful third card was the Hermit. That card did fall reversed. So instead of light at the end of the tunnel, we are at that end and we are at that light. Yes. Oh, what beautiful cards, guys. Amazing. And of course, I have to do one for the most important of all, and that is my wife. So, baby, I'm going to pull a couple of cards for you. Yes, I am. Guys, just remember, like I said before, I know I already mentioned it. Do not forget that tonight is the new moon. Definitely set your intentions. Write them on a piece of paper. Hell, even write them on a napkin. It doesn't matter what they're written on or how they're written. What matters is you take the time to sort of have that focus and write that out. Your first card is the Five of Wands. That's going to refer to picking and choosing your battles. Second card is one of our favorites, and that is going to be death. That's endings followed by beautiful new beginnings, a rebirth, or even renewal. And then your final card was the Three of Wands. That card is going to be all about having positive expectations. You know, it's not lost to me that the first and third card were both from the Wand suit, and you and I are both fire signs. So definitely soaking in that fire energy, that power, that resiliency, that strength, that fortitude, that passion, creativity, courage, bravery, all of that, and even that power, standing in it and really reveling in it. So soaking it up, if you will. Let's pull one more card. And that was the Page of Pentacles, the start of new financial opportunities. Guys, remember the Pentacle suit refers to money and material things. Guys, if you like this tonight and you like my style of reading, definitely do not be afraid to reach out. Again, my name is Jean Rose. I do offer private sessions for tarot readings, oracle, as well as evidential mediumship. You can find me down at the bottom at Tarot Readings by Jean Rose. I am on Facebook. You can also find me on Instagram as well as TikTok. Follow me at Tarot by Jean Rose or Mrs. Stiggy on TikTok. STIGGI. Guys, this has been absolutely fantastic. I have truly enjoyed this. Like I said, I cannot wait for next week because we're going to be speaking to Lorraine Anderson. So definitely stay tuned for that episode. Yes, we have 7 days and I am so excited. You know that I'm just going to be tickled pink next week. I have all of her decks. So yes, I am super excited to be able to have the opportunity to speak with her. Guys, as always, I want you all to have a beautiful night. Remember, I am available for private appointments. If you like my style of reading, definitely give me a follow or a shout. You can also email me at tarotbyjeanrose@gmail.com. That's tarotbyjeanrose@gmail.com. Send me your inquiries for readings. I can definitely recommend what session would work best for you. And I also adhere to all budgets. So don't feel as though I am out of reach. Guys, I want you all to have a beautiful night. Enjoy the weekend. I know Allie and I are. We have some events going on with the family this weekend, so we're super excited for that. I wish you all a beautiful night. Be blessed, and I'll see you guys next week. Take care.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Readings by Diane with Diane. Live at readingsbydiane.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Readings by Diane on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. It's Diane Jarecki here at Readings by Diane. I want to thank you very much for joining me. And if you would like to connect with me outside of the show, you can find me at pretty much Readings by Diane everywhere. Instagram, we've got to add a 603 because there was already a Readings by Diane. So I had to throw something to differentiate myself on it. And so I used New Hampshire's zip code. Or not zip code, area code, that thing. Yeah, for phone calls. All right. Anyway, and as you can tell, it's a bit chilly here. I live up near the mountains and in the lakes region, and it might be heading towards the first day of summer, but believe me, here it is definitely still spring and a tad bit chilly out today. We've had the air conditioner on, but like this morning and yesterday, we've had to run the furnace first thing in the morning. You just never know. I can start out with the furnace running in the morning and then switch to the air conditioner in the middle of the day and have to switch back to turning the furnace on that evening if it cools down enough. We can have 30-degree Fahrenheit swings here in a day. It's crazy. So past few days, though, been kind of cool, rainy, definitely not getting warm enough. Not quite cool enough to throw on the furnace, but certainly cool enough to go ahead and put on an extra layer. That's why we layer dress around here. Anyway, so today I am looking very forward to doing another reading. And, you know, I said, feel free anytime to reach out to me. My website is a blog, so I do blog on there, and I have a contact form on there at readingsbydiane.com. And like I said, Instagram, you can follow me, YouTube at Readings by Diane. And I love the connection and the contact with people. So anyway, I hope to hear from you. And Hannah, down in Florida, probably really summer down there now, though, huh?
Well, we're having rain day today. It was so hot. We're thankful.
Yeah, heat not a problem here. Anyway, not today.
Yeah.
What can I do for you today, Hannah? How can I help you?
I'm moving to Alabama. I just received news the other day that I was accepted after the second offer, and I'm excited to move. And I wanted to know how things are going to go with my move and my relationship with family and friends because of that move.
Okay, so are your family and friends there in Florida, or are you moving closer?
My family's all over. In Alabama is my daughter with 2 grandchildren there. And my Florida friends are all here. No family members, actually.
Okay.
I do have a housemate that's helping me and staying with me at the moment. Yeah.
All righty, Hannah. Well, let's take a look. I'm going to use the Lenormand for this because it can be very literal when we're looking at something like a move and still have those nuances you're looking for as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's another big move for me.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But you know
I was here 5 years.
Wonderful, though, that you're going to be closer to your grandchildren. Mine are 14 and a half hours away, and I have yet to see them. They're both at like about 1.5 years old.
Oh.
And we haven't even...
Mine range from 14 down to 1 year also, and the ones I'm moving close to is the older, the first grandchild, then his sister, so 2 grandchildren. And everyone will visit me when I'm there because then they have the opportunity to visit them as well. And up until now, I didn't get visitors. Yeah.
All right. So, interestingly, the first cards that come up are the sun and the letter. So this is showing me that the paperwork is going to go really well, and financially, because finances, money falls under the letter as well because it's paper. This is anything paper. So this is letters. I don't have the ring here, which would be contracts, but they are written on paper. So, and
we did it through the phone. Yeah.
This is probably something to do with paper that's got to be mailed back and forth and, you know, emailed or some form of messaging back and forth with it. So it looks like everything's going to go well. And especially I'm reading that letter as the money too, because we have the bear after it. And so bear is like large sums of money as well as the mother card. And so the maternal figure that you're moving as the mother and grandmother, and also that you're moving close to the one who is the mother. I feel like, I mean, this is where I love how the cards can layer meanings, and there can be several meanings to one card. And it, like I said, kind of why I wanted the Lenormand for this. Now, bear and the whip, but here I'm not feeling the whip or broom as a negative card, because it's also repetitive actions or things like really happening fast. So I feel, and with a move, there's always like this flurry of activity, right? So I'm not real surprised to see the whip creep in here to this reading.
Yes.
And then
I don't know what a whippoorwill is, but it's a bird. I know that it's a bird.
Yeah. So the whip being followed by the anchor is also kind of like this flurry around your hopes and things. And I feel like this is showing that this is a very anchoring, shall we say, move for you. All right.
Yeah, it's my last move. It should be my last move. This is the best time I'd ever have.
That's what I was feeling. Like all this activity's okay, because once you move and get settled in, you're staying there. You're not doing this again. It was exactly.
Yeah, everything's on the first floor, even the kitchen and the bedroom and laundry room, and everything I need is right in the same location. And it's
there. You go. That's how I've set this house up, because that was my intention here. Is this is my last house, and I wanted to make it so that I could age in place. And so the anchor being followed by the key tells me that's going to be very successful too, that you're going to be staying there.
Anchor and key. That sounds cool. Yeah.
Yeah. And that key to the new door and everything too, and to a new community, the garden.
Yes.
So, and
it's a gated community, so it's safe.
Oh, nice. Okay. See, I told you they can be very.
I don't even have to have the pool in my yard. The pool's in the community. So I don't have to worry about fixing it, and they do my lawn. Yeah.
Yeah. When I mirror these across each other, we started with the sun, and then mirroring across all those cards is the garden. I feel like this is going to be a very positive thing for you, with not just the community there, but everybody you asked about, your friends, your family, your whole thing. I think it's going to work out well for all of those relationships.
Yeah.
Because we have the key with the garden, and we have the sun mirroring the garden. So,
good.
You know, and I feel like there's going to be a little too, because that whip and that flurry of activity, I feel like some of that is like the assistance that people are going to give you too.
Oh.
But it's definitely going to be a lot of activity around that.
Yeah. I have to bring the things I love and not hoard like I have in the past, because I have right now 2 homes. I'll have to sell the other home after. But the thing that I
this coming in, because there is going to be a little sense now of stress because of the unknown of that.
What was the first part of the sentence?
I said that's where I feel these 2 cards from the bottom, the shadow or surprise cards at the bottom have come in, with the cross kind of being a burden, because then we have the book, which, because we know that we have this stress coming of the move, but also until you hear something, until you get that other house on the market, like you said, you've got that like extra stress now of 2 houses.
Yeah.
I still feel everything's going to work out okay because everything was really positive overall in that reading. So,
thank you.
Just
the
do
movers,
to prepare right now.
Movers. Pardon me?
I would start doing everything you can right now for the move, like starting to, declutter what you can declutter.
Yeah.
Pack what you can pack. Start taking steps a little bit each day to get ready for it. Because I definitely feel like this is coming and it's all going to go really fast, but really, really well. All right.
Oh, good. Well, I'm going to get professional movers. I'll have people helping me pack. I have someone staying in my home with my cat if I have to go alone, anyway. And then my house is cared for because I have a housemate here who's a boyfriend, and he'll help me. And then he has a place to stay in the meanwhile while when I move. So he has time to plan his future too. And then so I wanted to know how things will go. I'm always concerned about everybody around me.
Well, like I said, it looks like it's going to be really great for everybody because of that sun and garden and the key in the garden and the whole bit.
Oh,
so community, that's everybody involved. Everything is really good. So,
and I planted trees a year and a half ago, leche trees, fruit trees. I want to bring them. Do they live in Alabama just as well as they do in Florida? That's what I wondered.
Good.
Yeah.
So little bit of home.
That's the garden.
Yeah. All right. Well, have a great day. Thank you. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Understanding Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a good week. Welcome to another week of Understanding Spirit. I've been getting all, because it's lunchtime here, and I've been getting all morning for people to use their discernment. It just keeps coming in for people to tune in and use their discernment to judge what's going on in their life and to kind of get a bit of information on which way to go. So if that makes sense for you, take it. If not, let it go. I have, as usual, done a 3-card pull here. So it's like choose between 1, 2, or 3. If you have chosen the first card, this is this card here, and the writing on the side says the arrival. This, of course, can be the symbol of a birth, so like a baby. So if you're expecting somebody to give birth, then that message goes along with that. But the symbol of birth can also be to celebrate yourself. All right, so treat yourself, remember you're worth it, do whatever it is that makes you happy. So if that's taking yourself to a movie, going out for dinner, buying yourself a treat, whatever, but do something like that for yourself. It's also about recreating yourself, like a new you. So if you're feeling like you need a change, a bit of an overhaul in your life, whether it's your appearance or something else, just a new you. It can be your looks, a project, creating something. Messages from my guide is promise yourself that you will do something for yourself, and then make sure that you follow through. And more importantly, she's saying, if you don't, who will? All right, everybody is so busy looking after themselves, taking care of themselves, that we forget to do things for ourselves. Okay, so do something for yourself, and don't be afraid to ask for advice and from other people. But again, use your discernment and see who you can trust, who you can't, and just move forward in a positive way. Okay, now the second card that I got was this one, which is, it says here, the graduate. Okay, so this is like graduating from your current situation, your status in life. So if you want to move forward with something, don't be afraid to move on to like more challenging things. So that is like if you want to go for a promotion or look for a new job, like update your resume, wardrobe, whatever you need to do. It could also be that you've just graduated from something, if you've been studying or whatever. My guide is saying you've finished now, move on. And she's just showing me like the whole world, ahead of you. And she said, like, seek and you shall find. So, don't necessarily go with like the first thing that comes up for you. Have a good look at what you want to do if you can. All right. So that's with that card. The third card was this one, which is face value. All right. So this is about taking somebody at face value, and looking to see whether you can trust their actions, their words, their demeanor, those kind of things don't sort of really lie. It's also about staying true to yourself, all right? Don't destroy kind of your own value by not being honest. If you need to be honest with somebody, do it respectfully and be gentle about it. Let people like speak, listen to what they have to say. Again, discernment is coming up with this card as well. I'm also being told to tell you that ask to be shown who's honest with you and who isn't. So if you're feeling like you can't trust people at the moment, ask for it to be revealed to you, whether it comes in a dream, in a conversation. You might sort of be daydreaming and you get sort of like a vision, or you might have a memory of somebody that was not very trustworthy in the past. So ask for those things to be revealed to you. For yourself, just be honest with yourself and stay true to yourself, and just look for the signs. And my guide just said, if it looks like a rat, it's a rat. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now, I believe I have Tina on the line. How are you, Tina?
Hello.
Hello. Tina, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
That's good. How can I help you today?
I put in for a free reading.
Yeah? Well, what kind of reading?
What
was that?
Just a general reading would be nice.
A general reading? Okay. All right. Let me see what comes up for you. Just give me a sec. Okay. Have you got a lot going on? I feel like you've got to balance things out, kind of like stand your ground, be patient. I feel like this may have to do around work. Does that make sense for you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I feel like you've got to be really patient. You're going to get like the recognition that you want. There is going to be a bit of a transition for you. There is a lot of like smoke and mirrors around you at the moment, but I feel like you're a little bit of a manifester. You know, like you can manifest things for your life, in your life. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm also being told there's been a bit of gossip around you, but I feel like justice is going to come, and these people, the truth's going to come out, and all this stuff is going to be revealed. I'm also being told to tell you that, you know, like you're the high priestess here, all right? Trust your intuition. Yes. Trust your gut feeling around people. There will be more clarity around you, like you'll get like new ideas for yourself, what you should do. Have you been having dreams where you're getting ideas or things are being shown to you?
Yeah, but I don't remember all my dreams.
Yeah, try me either. Try to write them down if you do. I'm also being shown to tell you to have things revealed in your dreams. All right, and for people to be revealed to you in your dreams, and to also ask Spirit for you to remember them, to assist you with that.
Yeah, I'm very gifted. I have a lot of gifts.
Yeah, I can.
I'm on my spiritual journey as well.
Yeah, because I could see that, you know, like with the manifestation, and you're like the high priestess. All right, so, you know, take all those abilities that you've got and tune into them, develop them. All right. I'm also being told, I'm seeing money around you and around those abilities that you have. So I don't know if you're working in that field Yeah, you are? Okay. You can develop this more, all right? You have got to let go of some fears that you're hanging on to and things that are holding you back around that. And I also see that there's a lot of people that are like gossiping about you, trying to hold you back, trying to make out like you, I don't know if you're aware of this, but trying to make out like you're not as good as you think you are. But Spirit is like, go back to basics, right? And look and see what you know, how you can improve it, like all your different clairs, how you can improve them, and still do what you're doing. But I keep go back to basics. I feel like there's something that you've missed that you need to develop more in your abilities. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah, I was told that before, but I can't figure out what it is.
All right, let me see if I can get it for you from your guide, all right, from my guide. Just give me 1 sec. The first thing that comes to me is your clairaudience. Does that make sense for you?
Clairaudience, what is that one?
That is when you can hear spirit.
Yeah, I don't hear them. I get it through my gut.
Yeah, okay.
I just started getting voices now, lately.
Sorry, what was that, Tina?
Everything comes through like vibrations.
Yeah.
So I don't hear words.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's perfect. That's what you need to develop. Okay? You need to work on your clairaudience so you can hear spirit, so you can hear your messages, okay? Because you are more than capable. Okay. We don't have too much time, Tina, so just try to get some exercises around how to train you with your clairaudience, all right, and how to hear spirit, and work through that. That's where you're lacking, and you can get that for yourself. Okay, just practice.
Beautiful. That's what I want. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Tina. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You helped me a lot.
All right, that's great. Just keep going with everything. You can do it. All right?
Thank you.
All right. See ya.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson's Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson. Live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. We're going to start at the top with all that crazy astrology, and then we're going to get into a couple of calls, hopefully a couple. I tend to talk a lot, and we get down some rabbit holes. But I want to talk about some of the transits, literally the last few days and the next few days are pretty intense. So there's going to be reminders for all signs to just chill out. You don't have to be there right now. The world, slow it down, because we've got some pretty intense energy. It's going to impact people in different ways. I'm going to talk about that with each of the signs, but we've got a couple of squares. In fact, we've got several squares. And when a square happens, it's pressures, tensions. And Mercury and Venus, Chiron, and Mercury's kind of, so there's going to be structures around communications, difficulties in following through in actual communications. Is it AI? Is it real? Is it copyrighted? Is what being said coming from a wounded place? And then we've got Mars squaring Pluto, and it's power struggles, conflict, confrontation, and it could be stuff that really compels you to act on something. The key words would be truth versus fantasy, collective versus individual, action versus blocks. And those are the sort of the dynamics of the overall energy. And it kind of intensifies, and it's funny, so today's June 11th, and it intensifies certainly today and over the next few days, right until that equinox on June 21st in the Northern Hemisphere shifts that energy. And so be nice to each other, slow down, don't get too ahead of ourselves. Now, I'm going to go into each of the signs, and again, sun, moon, or rising. Rising signs, the combination of both your divine feminine, the moon, the divine masculine, the sun, and how it comes together and how you bring it forward. So you can, whichever you identify with is great. Let's start with Aries. It's going to be around friends, social circles, networks. Things could come out of the blue. You could get sudden opportunities, sudden accolades, sudden communications. And it's like, oh, you can't be in 10 places at the same time. You could have sudden revelations from friends. Friends could turn lovers, friends could turn not friends, or they could give you some interesting information over the next 10 days. Taurus is sun, moon, or rising. It's going to be about hidden truths, getting inspired, things that come up to really move us in a spiritual way, epiphanies, things that could move you into a new way of looking at some hidden truths and being inspired to really make personal change, personal movement, personal changes in yourselves and how you relate to others this next week, so it's going to be some big stuff there. Then I got Geminis. This is about self-assertion, being like you literally have half the solar system gathered in your sign, and all this Mercury energy, mercurial energy is going on with the gathering of the sun and Venus and Mercury, Jupiter, all in Gemini right now. And it's really about small conversations that can go big, asserting your boundaries, Gemini, the small things that can go viral. How do you manage it after? It's putting all those things in that need, and that goes for all mutable signs as well. And so Cancerians, sun, moon, or rising, gathering your possessions, gathering your assets, sorting along what you own, what could be owed to you, what could be estates, property, values, getting things assessed, revaluing mortgages, looking at gathering up possessions, resources, balancing your, trying to bring your balance sheet into balance, your checkbook into balance, really assessing what you have. and really being grateful for it, because you could be called to pitch in. Again, this is all energy around us versus them, or the greater good versus my own needs. And so being really mindful about that. Leo, communications, how you're communicating, how you're coming across, how you're bringing information forward, how you're receiving information too is going to be a big one for you. And it could be anything. And if you work in communications in any way, this could be some restructures, unexpected changes, power struggles, asserting your truths, really seeing where you move forward in this area there, Leos. How communications work, and how maybe draw the line in the sand about maybe being everyone's therapist. Maybe this is part of it, because part of it is like this chironic, we're all having that chironic wound and really having to address it and deal with it. And so for you guys, it's in your communications, how you therapy and counsel people around you, and needing that energy for yourself, possibly. Virgo, sun, moon, or rising, home, family, as much as you want, you're like, oh, I need to make money. I need to do this. You also need to pay attention to home, family obligations. That could be people who live away, people who live not in your home necessarily, but people that you feel obligated to, or people that you're needing to be attentive to, and possibly having to travel, having to look at picking dates to travel, picking dates to go places. So Virgo, and then meanwhile, your whole, mind is like, oh, I have work, I have obligations here. So you could be pulled in two different directions there over the next, 10 days. Libras, God, create, date, mate. It's like love fest. Don't go down any third party things. Don't rabbit holes. Don't. Stay true to what you need out of relationship. You could be in a place where you're attracting a lot. You could have sudden revelations, things that come out of the blue, right, around who mates are, who you're dating, what you're creating, who you've been creating things with. Really getting a reality check. And if you're in the throes of a new romantic relationship, you could get a bit of a reality check. Or in relationships as a whole, getting some reality check there. And what does that mean for you in terms of how you're relating to things? And I feel like all of this energy for all signs is really about coming to realization, revelations. You can't go backwards, got to move forward. You got to move things in a new way. So it could be very revolutionary. Scorpio, it's around what you're in service to, your health, your routines, your day-to-day, how you get to work, how you get home, what you do when you get home, how you're taking care of yourself, and you could become very rigid in that. You could be, and if something's knocking you off your routine, boy, you're going to get annoyed. You're going to feel so annoyed, because I feel like you're going to have to maybe give up something in your routine to accommodate others around you. And that could give up your space. Somebody might need to stay with you. You might have to accommodate others' needs and make room for that in your life in some way. There are Scorps. Sagittarians, partners, marriages, commitments, really what's going on for you. And that could be past, present, future. It becomes sort of that unexpected element ruled by those squares I talked about, and maybe having to pivot. Maybe there's something that comes up in your in-laws, partnership, things you've committed to that require your absolute attention, having to make decisions between what's your own needs and what's the greater good, what's fantasy, what's truth, what's blocks and what's action, where can you take action and where you have to stand still. So those could be some big stuff for you, Sagittarians. Capricorns, sun, moon, rising, we've got money, feeling renewals, and how you make your money, your how your earnings look, how that money is being generated in your life, opportunities, business, all those things come to offers, opportunities, also pivots, redirections, and reconstruction. I think of in Winnipeg, this time of year is construction season. We all groan when we think of that, because even if your greatest intent was to still be there on time, you got to tack on 20 minutes to everything. That's the energy this week. So just know that, okay? And that any bumps in that money, you could have to sort it out. You could have to follow a process to go and reclaim something, Sorry, Capricorns, it feels like, and doesn't mean you won't get what you need in the end. It's just, it's a pretty delicate balance. It could cause some power struggles around you. And then we get into Aquarian, and it's around travel and philosophy, wanting to travel, wanting to break free, wanting to get out of your routine, and you could have opportunities to go, considerations to make around going. You could have things that pop up for you around having to attend to travel, even though you might have demands at work or at home. And so there's a lot, and really, if you accept this need to move in some way, need to take action, need to travel, or have unexpected moves showing up for you. Rentals mostly. I don't feel the long-term energy there. And then Pisces, it's around career and reputation, and maybe just feeling, frustrated or feeling kind of stuck in areas there, and feeling like you need bigger changes. You need new opportunities. You might be really thinking about, and you might be really trying to identify areas how you're communicating, especially if you're in anything that could be in sales. Sales or client-based or client-driven, are some big things for you guys. And so just, you can have things that come out of the blue. And again, we always assume the power struggles don't, they could be negative. And sometimes those harsh or those truths happen for sure. But I also feel like there could be some really unexpected good things that require action right away. There are some really unexpected good news that requires you to move in some way. And I just feel like for all signs that this is going to come up in the next 10 days, and it could be pivoting in different ways for you. And so you can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. You can also find my Facebook page at Bernice Bisson Psychic. I don't spend a lot of time on social media, but I do post a video every week, inclusive of this video. I do post a collective reading, something totally different than what we're doing here. And my readings are normally an hour long. I combine psychic and medium work together. I don't really separate too much there. And I read all kinds of things. I like to read palms and cards and tea leaves and all kinds of stuff. So, and I do video read and in person. Okay, so let's get to it. I have Jamie in Port Huron, Michigan. Jamie, how can I be of service to you today?
Hi. So I just have more of a spiritual guided reading I would like. I have some questions, I just have a lot going on.
Okay. Oh, well, yes. Okay. So let's begin with just the day and month of your birthday, Jamie.
September 25th.
September 25th, 25?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Let's explore that a little bit. So there's a couple of things that have come to mind. There's going to be some decisions around your work and having to pivot and being called to make changes, to find balance. And I feel like, it could be even obligations, like trying to find balance between home and work, or obligations and family and work, or your own direction in some way is going to be an important piece. There's going to be some important stuff around having to deal with a challenging male energy. And this male energy, as much as you might want to help, you might want to intervene, you might want to, I feel like they won't listen, they won't accept, it could be some power struggles there a little bit with a male, a divine masculine right around you. There is going to be some plans that are going to maybe overwhelm you a little bit. Like they could come at you fast and furious. There could be in the next, maybe even come August, some need for you to, for instance, events being put on like weddings or special events, things where you're at the, last minute having to help, having to show up and be part of, or getting last minute invitations. So there's something important about that as well. When I think about Lake Huron, Michigan area, I also feel like there is going to be an unexpected move or an unexpected, let me correct myself. I feel like there's some unexpected travel or travel that's going to be bigger than was anticipated. It's going to bring people to the west. West of you would lead me to the West Coast, to the Pacific Ocean, the West Coast. And I feel like there could be even news within 7 months around that, 7 months, 2 years. So it doesn't feel imminent, it feels within months. And there's something important about that and the timing of it. I feel like September very particularly is going to pull you in a couple of directions, okay? Like you really want to move to go, or you really want to go, but I don't know. I feel like there's the health of someone that's going to show up, or your obligations to the care of this person, even if they're not accepting the help, even if they're not. So it feels like that's going to show up around you, particularly, and I want to, Spirit keeps wanting to bring me back to this past March. Because when I think about my lovely little Libra, March, April, could have already started to present challenges to where things are going. And I feel like your birthday coming this October is almost like there is more definitive decisions, there's more definitive action. But August to October is going to require decisions, action, people's unexpected moves, something around having to deal with houses, having to deal with, I don't know that I even mean yours where you live. It could also be inclusive of family around you. Okay. I do think there is some lovely news where there might have been, and it's so funny because I don't know, I just keep thinking of your dad for some reason in my head. And you and some, like a group of 3 of you, or there's like these 3, I don't know, I want to talk about some girls somewhere. But I feel like there's going to be the move of I'm gonna say you're gonna get sandwiched by a couple of moves, like a young person and an older person, both of them sort of bookending this next year to 18 months. I feel like there's also gonna be some discussion of news about, I'm gonna just say it, I'm gonna make a prediction, Jamie. I'm gonna predict that, I don't know, there's going to be the birth of a boy if he wasn't recently, if he didn't recently arrive. There's something about news coming about this. And I feel like if I think about your dad, I think about someone's kid having a baby and it's a boy and it's a gift and it's good news. It feels like very tremendous news. The last piece, I feel like I want to just sort of maybe give to you before I stop talking is there's something really important about money getting sorted out. And I feel like for you to move forward or for you to get things moving forward, there's going to be documents, papers, things around money that are going to be really, once these papers are sort of either signed, sealed, delivered, I guess I have that thought in my head, that you're going to be able to really move forward. But I get the sense more so that more action will show up in October, closer to your birthday. Okay, closer to your birthday.
Okay.
I do think that you'll have time off work. You'll be off and then you'll return, or you'll have a break and then there's a return. And maybe I don't know that it's that you just get holidays. I mean, I understand that people do, but it could be weeks, couple months.
A couple months off of work.
Yeah, like, may I ask you a question, Jamie? Do you mind if I?
Yeah.
Do you have like a bunch of holidays saved up?
I have some vacation time remaining, but not much.
I feel like I'm going to kind of stick to what my gut is telling me. I feel like before November, there's like you have a break from work and then a return to work. And I would say that the number in my head is around 5 weeks or 5. I don't. So I wish I could be more specific, but it keeps showing up with some time off and a return to work. And you're not losing a job. You're not getting fired. But there seems to be a break and then a return. Okay. I almost feel like there's going to be something that shows up around that could be the care of people. That could be you're taking some time to pay attention to family. You're going to take some time to pay attention to demands at home, demands in family, demands. And there's something about that, or you might be working like you could just be on I need 2 extra weeks because I'm taking care of something. I don't know that it's going to be a surprise. I feel like it's, if I may, if I think about where you live, I think about family that could be within a couple hours of you. People, may I ask you another question?
Yeah.
Do you have 2 places now? Like, do you have where you live and then maybe something at the water?
Kinda, yeah. So I actually have where I live, and then my mother's home, which is very close to me, which is the house I grew up in, is close to the water. It's on the beach.
I feel like maybe your mom wants you there. Maybe you're going to be taking time to go there and back. I don't know. I know you're mentioning your moms, but I keep having your dad in my head. I don't know what that's about, but, and I feel like there's going to be, I'm going to just take the rest of the show with you only because I only have a few minutes left. And I want to just, I'm going to give you some room for some questions just to put that in your mind for a minute. Okay. I just want to finish with, near your mom, where she is at the water, is there a brother figure, another man?
Yes, I have a brother. Yes.
Yeah. Does he listen?
No, but he recently moved out, and but him and I both still go to my mother's quite often.
Okay. Because I keep feeling like that when I think of power struggles, and when I think about, it could show up there. Just put your, I don't know, something about that showing up a little bit. And then it's interesting because I think about the brother, but I also think about there's like a little trio of you. There's one other person that, and I feel like August of this summer is going to be really important. People are all together. There's a lady who's close to your mom. Yes, you are. But another lady, could be like a sister figure. I don't know, like her family. There's another lady who's really close to her, who's really, I don't know, there's something important about August. And I'm going to say it could show up mid-August, beginning of August, some people coming together. That could be out at the lake with your family. I feel like is a nice, something really nice about that. Now, what question can I answer for you? You said general. Where would you like me to focus a little bit? I got a couple of minutes. Where would you like? I have 2 minutes. Where would you like me to focus?
So, with so is there the move, and like I know they're very like general, like they couldn't be referring to anything, but like with the time off of work and tying in, do you see any decisions in my career that are coming up that or opportunities that maybe I should take or not take?
That could be like you could. The reason you'd be off would be to change roles. Again, you're not getting fired, so if that's a choice you'd be making, I would accept that. I would feel though you wouldn't be making a complete career change. You could change companies or how you're delivering your work. And I feel like follow the money, but you're going to have a break. And that if that's like, oh, I got this new job, I'm going to leave this job, but I'm going to take 2 weeks extra, or take time. I would feel like that. And again, there's something really powerful between August and October, November, when this shows up. And so if I think about the move, not to be general, but I'll be specific, I almost feel it's funny because maybe they want you out there too, or maybe there could be moves of family. And I just feel like all tied together to you and decisions you're going to have to make in the next little while as well. I do think money is going to be a driving factor for you. Whatever this opportunity is comes with better money. And that's the paycheck to paycheck kind of money, the kind of money that you would see on a paycheck. And there's something important about that, or it could lead to management role or something where you're able to have some movement. So I get good vibes from the whole thing. I don't feel negative
so it's
about
like
it.
a positive feeling.
Yeah, you're going to be just fine.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. And I hope you all, as I always say, have had an amazing week ahead. So this week, we are coming into a week, I feel like it may be a little bit frustration. We still, as a positive, we still have Venus very close to the sun from that new moon that we had yesterday, and they're still very close together. And even when we get to the end of next week, they'll still, they will still be, like the 13th, which is when next Thursday, they'll still be within a few degrees of each other, which is good. And you'll also have Mercury by the end of next week getting close to that sun as well, because towards the end of the month, Mercury and Venus will come together, which will be a positive thing. But first of all, with this week, so other positives that we have this week coming up, I like to start with the positives, is we've got Mars. That's going to be moving into Taurus on the 10th. So that with Mars in Taurus, it can be, I feel like Mars in Taurus can, I guess, be a little bit less motivated. So we've got a few more days of Mars is pushing us through, getting us to do what we have to do. It's at its most strongest in Aries because it's ruled by Aries. And then when we're going to Taurus, I don't feel like it's going to be like being in Taurus. I feel like there'd be a sense of being a little bit slower, maybe a sense of being a little bit less motivated, or we might be more motivated to look at our security or how we make it secure, what's going to, how our surrounding is, how our environment is. We might be looking at finances or money, because Taurus does rule money as well. But I feel like when we have Mars in Taurus, if you're born with someone who's Mars in Taurus, you're someone that when you do get angry, you get very fixed on something. You've got tunnel vision. So it might be a sense of being frustrated with a certain issue, but not getting stuck on that issue and not seeing the bigger picture about things, because with Tauruses, they just see through that tunnel. And especially when your Mars is in Taurus, when you do get angry, and you tend to find people with Mars in Taurus, they'll get angry over like money issues, or if they're not comfortable, or if even the fact that they've gone out, they've ordered a nice meal and it hasn't been to their expectations, may make them a bit frustrated, but they'll get stuck on those issues. So it's not going to be, I don't feel like it's going to be the energy of us being, yes, let's get going, let's move forward, let's get motivated. It may be a little bit like, let's just think this through, let's just plod along a little bit. So we are heading into that kind of energy with Mars moving into Taurus. And then we've still got sextile here with Saturn and Uranus. So unexpected problems, and the sextile are positive, so they're working more together. So it's about us getting through those, I would say being more resilient through unexpected issues that are coming up. We're able to move forward. We've also got the sextile with Uranus and Jupiter to Neptune. So we'll still be able to see through people's manipulation or people's lies, or there's an ending that's coming up. It's good for us. It's a good ending that is coming up. We've also got some tries to Pluto still, which is also helping us going through a big transformation. We're ready to move on. We're ready to leave things behind that don't serve us. And we're ready to really look more to the future where we are heading. So those are the positives for the week ahead. Now, we do have some aspects that aren't as positive. So we've got that Venus and the Sun, because they're still very close together. And especially Venus all this week is going to be squaring Saturn. So it's bringing up issues with relationships or people around you. When I say relationships or people or love, I don't just mean the people that love around you, whether like your partner, it's also anyone that you love, whether it be a pet, whether it be your perhaps a neighbor, a friend, anyone in your life. I know if it was my mum, you have a cat. For some reason, the cat keeps on wanting to get her attention by putting her paws and getting her nails into her leg. And she doesn't do it to me, but just to my mum. And I noticed that this week, especially with that square being there, she's being more frustrated about the cat doing that to her. But my mum loves the cat. Anyways, so we've also got here a square, but on the 9th, a square also starting with Mercury and Saturn. So this is going to be disruptions to communication. Maybe we're going to be bogged down in our thoughts, and I'm not able to. This could be a week where mental health may be an issue that's coming up, because that Saturn is in Pisces, going to these other planets, and Mercury is in Gemini. So there's a lot in our heads that's going on around here. But communication not be so freely, might be holding in or not saying the right things here. So we have that. Plus, we've got Venus and Mercury. So Venus on the 9th, Mercury on the 10th is also going to be squaring Neptune as well here. So this is going to be, I get a sense that this week is a lot about frustration, especially by people who are lying to you or trying to manipulate you or trying to really deceive you. I feel like these things is really going to get on your nerves and it's really going to bother you. So I feel like that you're going to have to try and raise above it, raise your energy above it, try and concentrate on these positive aspects that we have this week just to get through it. Otherwise, you're just going to get a bit frustrated. Let's go to, let's just see if we've got the caller here. Okay. We've got Nancy here. So hi, Nancy, how are you? Okay, Nancy's just dropped out. So yes, so we've got all these things that are coming up this week. And I just feel like it's bringing a lot of tension, a lot of frustration. So even today, things might not work like clockwork, but we still go through it. We be resilient and we have to move on because that's part of being life. That's what I always say. I have a Capricorn moon and I'm an Aquarian, so I'm very logical. Plus I am also I always say I'm a realist. Just, let's see. Let's do some cards for the week ahead. What's coming up for us? Oh, Mancy. So Mancy, hi Mancy, how can I help you today?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks, Daniel. How are you?
I'm good. And how can I help you?
Yeah, so are you a psychic medium? I just wanted to make sure. I know I'm live right now at the radio.
Yes, I am a psychic medium. Yes, I am.
Okay. I am I lost my parents. My dad in 2020 and my mom in 2022 within 18 months time. I lost both of them suddenly and it was COVID time. I couldn't see them or reach them. Is there any way you can connect to my mom? I'm desperately want to know how she is and how she feels.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay, sure. Is your background, you're not American? Are you American?
No, I'm not American. I'm from Sydney, Australia.
I thought that accent was different.
And my background is from India. I'm from India, Mumbai.
I was going to say, I should have just said that because I saw you as you're talking, I could see your parents and now telling me we're not American. And I could get a sense of Indian culture. And I should have just said that, but I always second guess myself and it's something I shouldn't do. Okay. I feel like with your mum, she tells me that she's very delicate in how she does things. I feel like she had her hands. I feel like that she has nice, her hands were like skinny hands or delicate hands. I kind of feel like with your mum. And I do see them wearing traditional clothes as well. I do feel like that they liked Australia. They liked being here, or I like being in Sydney too, because they're telling me that as well. And they're also telling me they're very worldly, so they know a lot about the world and what's happening around the world. And education is the key to knowledge. That's what I get from your dad. I feel like with your dad, he had hair. Like I could run my hands through his hair. He had a lot of thick hair with him.
Yeah.
And I feel like he was
fascinated with his. Yeah, he was fascinated with his hair. Like he would always make sure his hair was well done every time he stepped out of the room itself. He was right there. Yeah.
Yeah, and because I feel like he's not bad looking either. He's just showing me his his looks. It's like showing me, like I said, I feel like he's very proud about how his looks is as well. And it's telling me that you're a very strong girl. And you're a very independent like lady, or he's saying woman. You're very very independent. And he cherishes you so much. Your mum is like, your mum's very good in tradition, or she's very big on tradition. She's like, don't forget about tradition. And I feel like she's got a plate full of food, and I feel like it's a lot of traditional like finger food that I feel like she's got on a silver plate. It's like a silver platter here that she's showing me, and as well. But also with your mum, I feel like she's dancing. So I feel like she likes to dance to traditional music as well. Because she's having a little bit of a dance.
Yeah.
Too.
And it's true, Daniel. My mom used to love enjoying dancing with my dad. And talking about silver plate, yes, we had one silver plate we sold off due to financial reasons. We sold off for special silverware. And that's true. That's true. And I regret of telling it because that was very precious for her. But we had financial issues, so we had to sell it off.
It's okay. It's okay. Look, your parents. They understand, and they only want the best for you. Everything they did is for you. They're saying we do things for you. They so that you can carry on, and that you can go. Also with your mom, even though I feel like that they are religious in their own cultural religion, yeah. But I also feel like with you, they're very open in their beliefs as well. So I feel like they're open to me, and I feel like they're very open in what I do. And so I feel like they're very respectful, and they're open to not just going down their own sort of religious sort of, I'm not too sure too much about your religion, but I just have a feeling like they're more open with other things as well. Like they know there's just one, there's many things. They were open to all the new experiences about the world. They traveled to a couple of countries, not America, but other countries, Europe, and they used to love traveling, and they were open to experience new experience, kind of like traveling and knowing people. For your travel, your dad's saying to you, for you, traveling may open up again for you more 227. It's like stay in Sydney or stay in Australia, and then 227 there might be an opportunity for you to go traveling overseas. So I feel like it's going to be like overseas, but it's like for now, it's like staying secure too, or maybe more financially stable as well. That he wants to say to you as well. I know you guys won't forget each other. Yeah. I know that they're always with you in spirit, and they walk with you a lot. And I feel like especially your dad, I feel like he's got his hand on your shoulder. I see his hand on your shoulder.
Oh.
So, okay.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for the validation. Okay. Thank you.
That's okay.
I believe in communication. Is there any message for them? Like, is there any special message so that I can stay myself strong? Is there any special message they're showing?
Okay, the main thing is I don't want you to give up. They're referring to 2 children, so I feel like you're going to have 2 children. If you don't have it now, you're going to have 2 children. So they're mentioning 2 children, and you're going to have a family. I do feel like one is going to look like your dad because he's referring to looks as well again. But they want you to keep going and do things your way. Don't let anyone push you or have you sort of under the thumb. They want you to make sure you do things your own way because of your unique way that you do. They're telling me that you're very, very beautiful and very pretty lady. That they want to make sure that you are very comfortable in what decisions that you're making in your life, and that it's your decisions, no one else's.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time
for Sacred Insights with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourished.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites.
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon. Thank you so much for joining us. So I wanted to talk about today for our chat about reincarnation and the information specifically that Edgar Cayce brought through when he did thousands of readings on this subject. So in case you didn't know who he is, he was a very well-known psychic and healer that would enter a self-induced trance state and provide information on a wide range of topics that included spirituality, past lives, people's health, and future events. Now, he was referred to as the sleeping prophet, and he would look at his client's current life, offer insights about their purpose and people's soul. So he focused on ways to deal with the here and now, saying that it's not so much important to know who you were in a past life, but to understand the effects on, how it affects our life now, presently, and what conditions and challenges we face because of it. Because that is very helpful for a lot of people. And a key component from his readings is the idea of karma. And, karma is Sanskrit. It means cause and effect. And the readings indicated that there really isn't karma between people so much like we think, as in his theory is with one's own self. And we often meet ourselves through relationships with other people. And the choices that we make determine our life's experiences. Karma isn't actually a punishment so much like people think, but what we put out, we eventually get back. Sometimes it's in the next life, but not always. And so in order to understand, that we are energy beings, our actions in our life that we experience, we put someone else through. And whether that be good or bad, then we see from the other person's perspective and have something to compare our life experiences with, something to have a different viewpoint on and see it through other people's eyes. So Cayce says that our talents and skills are never lost. If you have developed an ability in one life, you will still have it available to you in the next that you're able to draw on. They present in a way that we can best fill our purpose. So it might be different from one life to the next, but the soul carries knowledge that we did gain and skills, that we can influence with this lifetime through, it'll influence our interests and help us be drawn to certain things. So it is important to recognize them and develop them, because we do have to, give them that energy, time of development, even though we may have used them a lot in the other life. It's kind of like muscle memory for our bodies, and to go ahead and learn some more about it, develop it, which is kind of like what we do with our spiritual abilities, because we all have those, and pretty much all of us have used them at some point in other lifetimes. But we do have free will, so you do not have to do that. But it is, like I said, is very helpful. But we have the power to shape our destiny through our thoughts, intentions, and actions in the present moment. And Edgar Casey said that after we die in the next life, while we're over there in between lives, our soul is given time to decide, for ourselves what lessons we need to learn next. So that is actually left up to us. That is our choice. We will meet with guides, sometimes ascended masters, and a council that helps with souls towards learning their lessons and healing their karma and their soul development. So we meet with them, they help us, and then eventually we decide. So if we do return to Earth, our soul usually chooses to be around other individuals from their soul group that we have been through with before. And also we change genders from incarnation depending on what is best for that particular life. We also choose our parents, our name, and our location, the location that we're born into and kind of end up living most of our lives in. Because that's going to be what best suits us for what we need to learn. And it's believed that before we're born, we enter into soul contracts with the people that we're going to have relationships with. And usually those are the ones from our soul groups. So each of our choices is based on circumstances that are going to provide us help with the necessary growth and the evolution for our soul. Earth is a soul school. So we learn through duality here. And that is why we need to have an ego while we are here. Because with the duality, it balances out the ego and the spirit. Ego allows us to experience life as an individual. Because in spiritual truth, we are all aspects of the one soul, one spirit. And when we know what we don't want, it really helps us to know what we do want. So the ego is the part of us that will show us. It will show us our triggers. When we heal those triggers, then we don't project them onto other people. Because being that we are all mirrors for each other, what we see in others or project onto others is what we fail to kind of acknowledge within ourselves. So the triggers show us what we still need to heal. And, we are actually already whole and complete, but so much of the time we took on beliefs in order to learn lessons that we are not whole and complete, or that we're not in alignment, or that we're not okay. And we just kind of need to remember who and what we really are. So Edgar Casey also talked about children in past lives. He mentioned the age of expression, which refers to the time period between the ages of 2 and 5. And that is when children will express clear memories of past lives. So at this age, they're more connected to their spiritual nature. And for some, they have memories that will pop up. Like it can happen when they're visiting specific locations, even just dealing with familiar objects like household things or something like that. But they can meet certain people that they knew sometimes from a past life. That probably doesn't happen a whole lot, but it can, to where they're old enough to know and recognize the other person who might still be living that they knew. But they will also show behaviors or emotions that normally would seem kind of out of place for their current age. So Casey recommended being supportive and understanding to anyone or children that show past life recall. So this can provide healing opportunities for them. And I personally have done past life readings for people, and a lot of them were related to issues that still needed to be resolved, pretty much all of them, for them to be resolved now. So one client I had done a reading for, I kept being shown that they're having to carry a lot of other people's burdens, or they thought they had to, or that they thought they had to do the work of more than one person. And they would run themselves ragged, doing all this extra work, taking on, other people's stuff plus their own work. And when I mentioned this to them, they said something like, to this day, has been a problem in their life. One of the lessons that they carried was from that past life into this incarnation is self-worth. And almost like this energy of having to abandon oneself, one's needs, in order to please other people or keep other people from being mad, whether that's through fear or just, a misguided sense of responsibility. It does come down to their self-worth and, having healthy boundaries and knowing that other people are responsible for their own stuff and they're carrying their own burdens in life. We all have to do the work on ourselves. That's the purpose of pretty much coming here. And so, yeah, they took it on as their own. And I know, that can be a habit that we do, but that's something that they needed to learn still. And after carrying it, that actually took place in ancient times too, at my time. So it was something that has been for eons that their soul has not learned. But one thing that's interesting is that a lot of people in this lifetime now at this day and age, they are learning their lessons. They are learning these soul lessons that they have carried around for eons because of the energy and because more people are awakening and coming into a spiritual path and a path that is like of empowerment and healing and growth. And that is done with this, learning spiritual skills, like developing self-love and listening to universal laws. And speaking of which universal laws, in Deepak Chopra's books, The 7 Spiritual Laws of Success, Tuesday, which is today, is associated with the law of detachment. So just that is about letting go and detaching from outcomes and allowing things to unfold naturally and embrace uncertainty. That's when things come in that the magic can really start. And outcomes can be full of beautiful things. So that's something to keep in mind. But anyway, that is going to do it for me for today. And if you would like to book a reading, you can always go to stan.store/mediumandrea. You can check out my videos on TikTok or the posts for daily readings or weekly readings that I put on Instagram and Facebook. So have a great week, and thank you so much for joining us. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Spiritual Connections with Psychic Medium Cindy. Psychic Medium Cindy. Live from Facebook.com/Psychic Cindy. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page. Facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites.
Ask1Radio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Spiritual Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good evening. Great to be here today. It's a very magical day in the spirit world and the astrology world today because it is June 6th, which is a 6/6 portal and a new moon in Gemini. So Hidden Day is all about those new intentions, right? I'm not going to get into detail about the portals. If you're interested in learning more about the portals, you can Google those. There's also lots of YouTube videos on those too. But just remember that anytime there's a portal, it's an opening. It's an opportunity for you to put out those intentions of what you want. So I suggest that today, because Gemini is Gemini's an interesting sign, as we all know, but a beautiful sign. And if you write out those intentions, like I would go like with a theme. Like say you want to get a new job. So you're like, okay, the theme is going to get a new job. What are the actions for that? How are you going to do that? Well, you're going to upgrade my resume. I'm going to look online for new jobs. I'm going to tell people I'm looking for a job. I'm going to send out my resume. So those are the things that I would do. And I would do that like with whatever it is you're looking for. If you're looking for a relationship or if you're looking for a new career, you want to take a trip, just write down the actions of how you're going to do it. Because I think if you're really specific, you just have a better chance. And remember that, the universe wants you to have what you want. You are destined to have it. It may take a while. We don't always get things, days after we ask for them, but, they will come in for you. So I'm really excited to be here tonight on this magical day. So let's just pull a few cards and let's just see what this new moon in Gemini has in store for all of us as a collective. See? Oh yeah, right on. First card that flies out is the throat chakra card, which is interesting. So there you go. So maybe just not even write out those intentions. Maybe say them out loud too. I really feel by the looks of these cards, the first one I do have is the throat chakra card. So like I said, maybe not just writing out the intentions, but speaking them too out loud. You do have the solitude card, which is the hermit, which is all really about thinking and analyzing and what are you going to do. And there's a book here, so that book kind of is a trigger for me when I see that to actually writing things down, like I just mentioned. So now we have the waiting game, and that's exactly where I think a lot of people have been for a while. It's like, where is everything? I keep asking for it, it's not coming. It is going to come. You do have the power card there, the 8. It's an 8 card or strength in the old tarot, all about abundance and love. And then your last card is the sun or the light in this particular deck, which is all about new opportunities. And it's beautiful. It's the most positive card in the deck. So as a collective, we're sharing all the positive energy. So good luck tonight and the next few days. Enjoy this new moon. I love you. I do. You don't always sleep the best, but that's okay. So we have Emily from Australia on the phone. Hi, Emily.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What can I do for you this evening?
I actually tuned in yesterday and was hoping to get. Are you doing cards? What? I'm on my phone, so I can't watch you while I'm on the phone to you.
Okay, that's fine. You can watch me after that. You know what I mean? You can see your reading after the fact.
Yeah, I'll watch it back, definitely.
Yeah, I can describe them to you so you can kind of know what they are as I'm going through. But did you have a particular question in mind?
I did. I wanted, I guess, a message or any guidance around someone I'm involved with in England.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's a long distance relationship for sure. Okay.
It is.
Okay. No, go ahead.
That's really it. Just general, just whatever, okay. I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So there's a couple of different ways that I can do this because it's a relationship spread. So why don't we start with this person and how they feel about you, how they feel about the relationship. You want to go that way?
However you feel. Yeah.
Yeah? Sound good? Okay. All righty. Okay, this is good. This is interesting. Okay, so the first card that I do pull for your person is the Ace of Wands, and so this person is like passionate and creative and loving and all the wonderful things that you want them to be. I feel when they see you, they actually see justice, which is really interesting. It's a very powerful card, the Justice card, and the Justice card is all about balance. So they see you as quite balanced and, probably, like fair in your thinking and, just really, which is a wonderful thing. When they when they look at your relationship as it is now, it's the Knight of Swords. And that tells me that there's a good chance that this person is thinking about like racing towards you. And if they're thinking about giving up their career and moving to Australia, but they got a funny feeling that that's what they're thinking. Okay.
He literally said that last night.
Oh, well, there you go. So the cards are confirming that that's exactly what he's thinking. So what's hidden about him, but I don't think it's that hidden, but something about him that that you need to know is the Hierophant card. And the Hierophant card is about marriage and contracts, and it's also very wise and very spiritual. So it's a very beautiful card. So like two major arcanas already have come out, which are all about change, and they're also really, really strong. The basis of your relationship, why you got together, is the Knight of Cups. And the Knight of Cups is he's sitting on this horse, and yet another knight. And he's bringing a cup like he's like offer as an offering. So I'm feeling that he was the one that asked you out or started this relationship. And how he sees the future of your relationship right now is the Two of Pentacles. And the Two of Pentacles, there's a man on here, and he's like juggling like back and forth the Two Pentacles. And it's interesting because he's telling you he wants to go, and he does want to go. But of course, he's a little bit hesitant. And I think what he's hesitant about maybe is securing a job when he gets there. Do you think?
Yeah. He's also got a son as well.
Okay. Yeah. Right. So he's just thinking, okay, I can do this, but how am I going to balance this out? You know what I mean? So that I'm a good provider and with you, which is what he wants. The takeaway or the lesson to be learned from this relationship at this point is the Queen of Swords. And the Queen of Swords is again another very strong, powerful card. This queen has been through a lot, and she's got the strong sword there. If she needs to cut something off, she will. So, and when I see the swords, I feel like the swords bring in a lot of clarity. So it's really, if I look at the cards, they look really good, right? The relationship's really good as long as you're wanting this person to make this big move for you. There is the Page of Cups there too that I just wanted to bring out to kind of verify like a little bit more about your future. And it does look like, if he makes the move to there, he is going to probably bring in another offer, right?
Yeah.
Marriage, I would say. Right? So how are you feeling about it? How are you feeling about it? Do you need some cards to verify how you're feeling?
Pardon me?
Do you need some cards to verify how you're feeling?
Yeah, why not?
All right. Let's just do a few. Let's pull out a few and see what you're thinking. Mix these up good. Okay, so this is all right. So if I bring out you, it's interesting because you're the Page of Cups. So were you the person that actually kind of asked him out? Was it you?
Not really.
No.
We kind of both initiated it, but it was definitely more driven by him. But there wasn't any hesitation.
Okay, good, because you both have the Page of Cups came twice, right? So that's just interesting because he came out like I thought he was the one, and then you came, so I thought, oh, maybe you too.
Yeah, I pushed him away a few times, and then.
Okay, cool. All right. So the next card that I have for like how you see him, you see him as a hard worker. You see him as a man who's like on this card. The wands are all different like heights, and that's usually about like growth and development, which is really beautiful, right? Like really, really nice.
Yeah.
You see the relationship as the Ten of Pentacles, which is a beautiful card to have in a love reading, because it is all about security and love and just the whole package, right?
I get the sense from him.
Yeah, and the basis of like why you've come together is the Two of Cups, and this card does have a lot of meanings, but one of the meanings is the most important meaning in this reading is that it is a soulmate card, and for your future, I see the Three of Cups. So I see celebration and recognition, reward. I only have a couple seconds left, Emily, but it really, really does look good. Help him find a job. That's the only thing he's worried about. But aside from that, I think it's going to work out really well for both of you. It's beautiful. I'm happy to be able to do that for you. It's a beautiful reading. And thank you for
so
calling.
Much for your time.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, then we have to thank everybody tonight, and I'll be back next week. So that was fun. Don't forget about writing out those intentions. Happy new moon in Gemini.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Ravengale Tarot with LJ Ravengale. LJ Ravengale. Live from Ravengale.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Ravengale Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome, I'm LJ, and this is Ravengale Tarot on A1R Psychic Radio. To reach me directly, you can go to ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. We are taking live calls. As they queue up, I thought we'd do a 3-card reading from the Shapeshifter Tarot by DJ Conway and Serona Knight. In the past position here, we have the Chariot. The imagery on this card is potent. The shapeshifter, part man, part tiger, is running down a stream, his arms lifted in joy, and the tiger roars. Power is the ability to act. In the past position, it tells of deliberate focus on creating a new future. In the present position, we have Goddess of Air, Arianrod, Welsh goddess of death and rebirth. She strides through the night, shifting into a large owl. The owl, another symbol of death and renewal. The client is moving into a time of rebirth. Their life is changing right before their eyes. And in the future position, we have the Two of Wands. A majestic green dragon rests against an apple tree, which is itself a potent symbol of magic and new life. The dragon, representing magic and prosperity, holds a beehive. Bees are powerful, dedicated workers bringing more prosperity. Amazing blessings here, folks. The future is very bright with abundance and new allies. Life is transforming. And it looks like we have Colette in Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome. How are you?
Hello. It's nice to meet you, LJ.
Thanks. It's good to meet you. How can I help you today?
I'm trying to get some clarity on what's going on right now, and I guess between now and the next 3 months or so.
Okay,
but what's happening now and what's coming up?
Okay, so you want a general reading on what's going on now and what's coming up?
Yes, especially in relation to my home.
Okay, specifically to do with your home. As in your household or your physical home?
My physical home.
Okay, all right. I'm going to start with a 3-card spread just to get us started here, and that'll help clarify a few things for us.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, I can see in the past you'd had some difficulties, probably legal difficulties with justice reversed. And then what that's talking about is that's just been a series of hard news, one right after the other. In the present position, you are in a very defensive situation. Essentially, I'm looking here at the 5 of Swords reversed. And that 5 of Swords, I realize you can't see it on the radio, but I do have it up in front of the camera for later. You can see that there are 2 fighters in front of a girl at the base of the tree. And the 2 fighters are fending off 3 other fighters. And in essence, you've had to take some very defensive actions here, trying to get control of the situation. Now, the best news that I have for you is in the future position, you've got the 10 of Pentacles. So these issues are going to come together for you in a very positive outcome. Not only are you going to be able to see the house that you want, the home that you want, but you're going to be able to live within it and live within it with your family and with joy. So looking here at the things that that are influencing this. I can see here you're squared off with yourself and with others about what it is that you need to do to fix this situation. But I would encourage you to stay your guns. You've got the...
To do what? I'm sorry, I didn't get that last one.
To stick with your current course of action. Because you've got the Prince of Swords reversed with the Princess of Wands and the Princess of Cups, which are young adults. And then you've got the Moon, which has to do with the cycle of things. And this is going to progress in its own way. Have you engaged an attorney in this issue?
I've tried. It's been difficult finding one.
Okay. Right now, the only thing that I'm really seeing with this is although this is going to come to a positive resolution for you, you're not going to feel very emotionally supported with this. I suspect you're going to need to do a few things that you're not going to feel comfortable with.
Even though it'll be positive for me?
Even though the result is going to be positive for you, meaning that in the end, you're going to get what you want, which is to have your home, you're going to end up making a few sacrifices along the way.
Okay.
Do you have any clarifying questions on this that I can look into for you so that I can give you some better specifics?
Well, I've been dealing with this situation for 2 years now, trying to fight with these people. And it's just basically been one thing after another.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what to do next with them because they're blocking my money, the money that is settled in the claim. They just won't answer the phone, won't, just are doing illegal things, but the only way to get out of it is to sue them with a lawyer. And I'm having trouble getting a lawyer.
Okay, so let's see about getting a lawyer. I'm putting down another 3 cards, specifically looking at an attorney. And I can see you. Okay. I can see that continuing. Let's see what the time frame is. 2 of Wands, that's 2 months. So for the next 2 months, you're still going to be struggling to find an attorney. What's the root of having difficulty finding this attorney? Is it just that there's none available in your area, or you need something special?
Specialized, I think. Also, they need to take payment at the end because they've been doing this for 2 years, so funding is difficult.
Yes, there.
It doesn't have to be pro bono, but it has to be.
They have to be willing to wait for their money.
Yeah, there's a lot of money involved, though. No, and it's pretty obvious. Everything's in writing.
So when she has this attorney, when does she get this attorney? When does she get the attorney? Yeah, the same 3 people are in the past.
Yeah, it's a gang of them that have kind of, they lied to me and they're blocking the phones and there's a good many of them, group. Horrible people.
Yeah. Well, it looks like, is there any way that you can, now you said that this is a lot of money, so you can't do this in small claims. You have to do this in actual court.
Oh, I can't do it what? Did it have to be done in court?
This is a large sum of money, so you have to do this in court. This isn't something that you can just settle or do in a small claim.
No, well, no, it wouldn't be small claims, but it's about a pipe leak, and it was their pipe. The claim is settled, and they already started paying it. They just stopped paying it and are holding back on all the rest of the money. Yes, because they can.
Okay. When I put down the cards looking to get you to see when you would get an attorney, what I got is that you're not going to. So that's the reason why I started asking some probing questions.
Okay.
But I do see that you are going to get your money, that things are going to go the way that you want to go with this house. So you may just need to be patient with them. So let's see what happens if you don't get the attorney. I mean, if you don't get the attorney.
Thank you. Everything's kind of enough.
Okay. All right, that's what I was looking for. You're going to be able to do this without the attorney. And the reason why I say that is in one of the final positions, I've got the universe. And essentially what the universe means is that it all comes back into alignment. You do still need to continue the pressure on them with the horned one there. And you need to be very strategic.
The horned one?
The horned one.
I didn't. Oh, that's a card?
That's a card, yeah. And in essence, the horned one is about letting things take their course. And then along with that, you've got the tower, which has that illumination from within. So these delays that you've been experiencing it's not just that they're awful people. It's just they're having their own difficulties. And I can see here that we are running really short on time. So I do want to reassure you that everything is going to come together for you in the end, and that you'll be okay without this attorney. But you do need to continue with the way that you've been approaching things.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Thank you for the reading so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. It was my pleasure. So I see here that our time together is truly coming to an end. I do want to thank you for tuning in. And also for your personal reading, find me at ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. Or message me on Facebook at Ravengale Tarot. Until we talk again, may you and yours have the very best of happiness. With thanks, blessed be.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, YouTube on Moonstruck TV and Enlightening Television. I'm your host, John Capello, and I'm a psychic medium from the North Texas area. So I'm delighted to have you join us today for our program. If I can get my shirt to work right, it looked nicer before I started here. We're a show that talks about psychic stuff, and we talk about things to debunk the skeptics. And so today is no different because I wanted to just tell you a little bit about some things that have been going on around me. I'm suddenly getting these requests for readings from just, of course, out of the blue. I mean, I never know who's going to request a reading from me, but people that they make a point to tell me that they've researched me, and I just find that interesting, and so I take it as a great compliment that they do that. But I wanted to just talk to you a little bit about why people come to metaphysics, not just necessarily to psychics, but try to get involved in metaphysics. And I've talked about this before. People get involved with metaphysics for lots of reasons. Okay. Part of it is, I just got a note there. I thought it was funny, but because you see, a lot of people just have a general curiosity. Some people feel like they've been born with it, or they may have a family member like a grandmother or an aunt or somebody else that did tarot cards, or they just have an interest in working with psychic work, and they want to follow in maybe a family member's footsteps, or just like I say, there's all kinds of reasons why people get into psychic work or psychic fields, and so they dabble in it, and of course some will come out of it saying, oh, it's not what I thought it was, and those people treat it like it's magic or something, but it's not magic. There's no formula to it. Some people just take it for what it is. They get what they want from it and then leave. And then others say, gosh, I'm going to try to develop a life skill here. So it's very interesting as to why people get involved in it. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that after our first reading here. But I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about that, why people get involved with it. If you want to get into tarot, it's a great way to get into psychic work. There are, I can't tell you how many tarot card decks are available. If you do get involved in it, you might want to just start with the basic one, the Rider-Waite deck, and then go from there. You go with the decks that you resonate with, or find a good teacher, and they'll help you with it. And it's a good way to of course, get started if you want, and develop from there. Or if you want to make that your lifelong work or ambition, it's just fine as well. So it just is a way for me to kind of release some anxiety to look at some tarot cards. It kind of gives me some insight that I might not have otherwise had. So I see we have a caller here, Grace in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Wow. Okay. So Grace, are you there? You can yell and I can hear you a long time.
Hello, John. Hello, John. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you? What time is it there?
Good. Good.
Is it early morning or late night or
Yes, it's just after 7 a.m.
Just after 7 a.m. So you're an early bird. So this is a morning show for you.
Yes, it is. It is.
It is? Okay. So Grace, do you have a gentleman in spirit that you've been trying to reach, like a father or husband?
My father passed last year.
Last year? Okay. Well, his energy is very strong around you, and it just seems like you had a pretty good relationship with him. Did he like to make you laugh, or did you have a good relationship?
Oh, we did. He got very ill at the end, so yeah, it was really sad. So it wasn't the same as it was before.
I understand, and I'm so sorry for your loss. It's just that he is just coming in today and letting me know that you were a joy for him for the time that he was with you, all of your life, up until we passed. It just seems like when he did get ill that last time, that he just kind of almost fell off a cliff, for lack of a better term. And but it just seemed like that just nothing worked to help him get back on his feet. But Grace, he's telling me that he knows that you miss him. He might have been a person that you would call whenever you would have a problem or you wanted to discuss something because you trusted his judgment. And what he's just saying to me is that he knows that you always seem to make the right decision. You know, things. He says you're very methodical. He says that you try to do things in a way which is measured. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
And so you may have picked some of that up from him. Now, did he have a shed or a place that he liked to fiddle or work on things? Just
that
his own.
That was the garage. He was a builder, so he was always doing things.
The garage, okay. Well, he just liked to have a space that was kind of his own, and as grown men, we have our toys, you know, with their tools. So he enjoyed doing that, and he was pretty good at his craft, and he was able to make things that he'd be proud of. So it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't make things and gave them away to people, whether it be, well, you said a builder. I don't know. Did he make furniture or anything like that?
No, he built beautiful houses.
Oh, okay. So did he ever make? He never made any kind of model homes or anything in the garage or anything.
No, he was always drawing plans.
Drawing plans, okay.
Plans,
well, there's
homes.
Plans that I've seen. So it just seems like that was just part of his joy in life, and he just that was his area of creativity, and it was just something that he loved. So he had a little bit of an architect's mind, and so he's just saying that he's back to doing what he did. Now, his mother in spirit as well.
Yes.
Because she's just walked up behind him. Okay. So did they stay together? Did she pass many years before him, or what?
Yes, she passed for many years ago.
Okay, because she's with him now. They're back together. It doesn't feel like he remarried. Did he remarry after Mom passed?
Oh, sorry, his mother.
Your mother. Where is your mother?
Sorry. My mother hasn't passed. My mother's still going strong.
Okay, so
sorry,
it was
misheard that.
His mother, okay. His mother then walked up behind him, okay? Because a woman walked up behind him, and I thought it was maybe your mother. I'm glad your mother's okay. Please send my apologies.
No, she's all right.
So I just want you to know that, you know, he just felt like it. Did your parents did stay together?
Yes.
Okay, because he just is talking about, he's just saying that your mother was the only person for him. Okay, so it just seems that he's doing quite well. The illness may have involved his lungs and heart, there at the end. It seems like he had a hard time breathing, and it just seems like it's just like a weight was on his chest, and they just couldn't get him relieved. I feel like you did the best you could with the medical people around you, and it just seems that it was a difficult situation. So, is there anything else I can do for you today?
Wondering if I could ask, because I'm in a situation where I'm going through a very high conflict divorce, and I'm trying to find a job, and my ex is playing games, and I know it's going to be another 9 months till it ends. Just financially, I'm just concerned about that. I'm just feeling a little lost at the moment with everything. Just want to see how I am. And
okay, what is your birth sign?
I'm Pisces.
Pisces, okay. Well, this is what Pisces, these are some of the things that Pisces is going through right now. The structures in your life are all being kind of tested, and I'm very sorry that you're getting divorced. Usually that comes in very quickly for me, but in your particular case, it seems to me like may have been overdue, this divorce. I feel like you haven't really begun to fight yet from my standpoint. I feel like what I'm hearing from your dad is what he said earlier. He said, stay steady. Okay. He says, stay steady. And it looks like the courts are going to start to look at things from a more favorable standpoint for you, because it looks like he's trying to take everything. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes, he's playing games, and he's trying to do that, and he wants to take everything to help me.
He's not going to get away with that. But like I say, I feel like I agree with your dad. Stay steady, stay honest. Don't play games, because if you do, the court will see through that as well. They've been through this before. They know. It just seems that he just says God is with you. Okay, so that's what I'm going to leave you with, because I think if you stay steady and maybe journal a little bit, make a plan, then and ask for what you need, ask for what's fair in the divorce, and he just says everything's going to turn out okay. So I'm with you on this, and it's like I say, I feel like you're going to get more than what you think. You certainly aren't going to lose everything, but he's going to get something. But I do feel like you're going to be okay. Okay.
Thank you so much, John. I really appreciate it. I needed to hear that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care.
All right. So before we go to our next caller, I do want to continue talking a little bit about why people get into metaphysics. In my particular case, it was the death of my father. Okay. And that was well over 30 years ago. And I guess I'd always liked it, and I dabbled with trying to say things for people, but they always said, no, you're wrong. And so I just kind of dismissed it, thinking I didn't have any abilities whatsoever. And so that event heightened my curiosity again, and so I learned a little bit more about it. And so a lot of times it's events that make people get involved with this, whether it is the death of a real close loved one, an OBE, an out-of-body experience sometimes, and it happens more than you think. People pass away during surgeries. Sometimes it's a minor surgery. They go away and come back, and then their life changes, and they have a different perspective of life, and things just don't have answers like they did before. And whether some people were religious and didn't think they were going to ever experience what they did and come back. Some people are atheists, and they learned the hard way that there is a greater being out there. And so there's lots of reasons why people get into metaphysics and learn about it. Sometimes it's a car wreck, or sometimes it's an illness. Some people suddenly turn to metaphysics when they have an illness. So we're just curious individuals, curious beings, and sometimes we need a jolt in order to gain a greater perspective of things. And so this is what people do before they get into metaphysics. And so it's quite often that people become obsessed with it. They just become obsessed, and they'll go from one extreme to the other. And there's a danger too. I'm glad, like I say, some people research me. It's very kind of them to do that. But you do need to be careful of who you start to speak to, because there's different belief systems that people operate from. So they can still be very psychic, but if their regular or their normal belief system is very different from yours, then they may use that belief system and steer you in directions that you might not have gone in. It's not necessarily wrong, but it may be a belief system that you just don't adhere to. So if you're a Christian and you work strictly with pagans, they're going to give you their philosophy. And it's not that it's wrong. It's just that it might be a little bit different than what you've been used to. Or if you have another cultural bent, so make sure that you choose someone that might be a little more in your wheelhouse of beliefs, and have them work with you, and then develop your own a little bit. And I'll talk a little bit about that after we go to our next caller. So we have another caller, Gaina in Manchester, New England. Wow, we have lots of people from where? UK? Oh, no, not New England. The UK, excuse me. Manchester, England. So Gaina, are you there?
Yeah, hi.
You are? Okay, very good. Okay, Gaina, is there anything going on in a relationship with you right now?
No.
No? Do you have a question for me then?
I'm single.
Pardon me?
I'm single.
You're single, so you're not in a relationship. Is that it?
No. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So do you want to be in a relationship?
Maybe.
You do? Okay. What's your birth sign?
Taurus.
You're Taurus? Okay. Well, Taurus is basically starting from scratch in some ways. So it seems to me you have been, I don't know, it just feels like you've been down lately. Have you been just kind of, are you a little bit of a worrier?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you worried that you're never going to find anyone? Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I certainly don't think anything is wrong with you. That's for sure. So let's take that off the table, because Gaina, it just seems that and I was just talking a little bit about how to choose a psychic, but I feel like you need to find people that are interested in the same things that you're interested in. And a lot of times people tell me, well, I don't have a hobby, or I don't do anything. I just go home and go to work, and that's all that I do. And so the thing is that we have to do things to kind of we have to work on ourselves a little bit, because we have to do things we have to find things that interest us, and then find people that have similar interests. So if you do that, then you're going to be able to bump up against new people, and you may find someone that has similar interests to you. Now, are you a nature person?
Not really. I don't go out much.
You don't go out much? Okay. But do you have a nice yard around you? I don't know. I feel like you like flowers and things like that. Is that right?
Yeah, I've got a garden.
Okay. Because it just seems to me like that may be the start of something that you might find some common ground with someone. So But I'm just saying that sometimes we work a little bit on ourselves, because I don't see anything wrong with you. I'm just telling you that you might want to find a hobby, or you might want to find something that other people may also do, and you might even go to work or do something with a florist if you like flowers, because you certainly will meet someone in a retail situation or something like that. Because I do feel like there is someone for you. I just feel like, it's taken longer than what you would like. Taurus is not necessarily known for marrying young. Taurus people usually live a long life, and they are people that are measured. Okay, they like to be very careful in the people that they choose. People that they let in their inner circle, and I feel like that's the way you are as well. So Taurus likes to have somebody with a similar value system. They're a no nonsense sign. Okay, so it's kind of like, this is who I am, and you tell me exactly who you are, and we'll be just fine. Okay, so you might do well with someone like a Leo, or you might do well with a Scorpio, because they're signs that you might have a little bit of conflict with, but you'll know exactly where you stand with them, and they'll know exactly where they stand with you, and those signs are ones that would be would give you some they would get you out of your comfort zone. Okay, and so that's what I'm going to say to you. I'm going to say that in order to find someone to be in a relationship with, you're going to have to get out of your comfort zone. Okay, because right now I don't see that happening, and until that happens, you may have status quos, but there's no reason for you not to be able to find someone. Okay?
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, and good luck to you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, bye-bye. Bye. Okay. So I want to just talk a little bit more about why people find themselves suddenly in a situation because of an event or a circumstance that their normal skill set doesn't utilize, doesn't address. And this is something that our last caller I kind of alluded to it. When you have a situation where things don't work the way that you think they should, that's when you get out of your comfort zone. That's when you learn a new skill set. That's when you do something just a little bit different. In the case of learning about your psychic abilities, or learning about an event that happened to you that doesn't make sense in your normal way of thinking, that's when you start to look at your psychic skills. And that's why I say, for you might want to get something like my workbook, or another workbook, or deal with some other psychics that do have a psychic development group in your area. Because if you find those people, then there'll be like-minded people, and they can help you, and you can help them. You'll find out that many things that are going on around you are very similar to what happens with other people. But developing your psychic skills is a good thing, because it's a part of learning more about yourself and learning more about the surroundings around you. So it's a very good thing. And that's what I always tell people who seek me out, and they want answers, and I give them what comes. But I also let them know that they're going to have to do the work on their own. I have people coming to me other times that say, "Oh, I didn't get what I wanted." Well, I gave you what came. I gave you what the energy. I read the energy around you, and I asked them, "Was the energy I read correct?" They go, "Oh yeah, that was correct, but it's not what I wanted." I said, "Well, It's not magic. It's just not magic. So work on yourselves. Work on those things that are important to you. If you find yourself not in a relationship or with someone, sometimes you have to be a little proactive. You have to do some things. You've got to make yourself available. You got to make yourself desirable, and that you can do that in good ways, because you don't want to just attract anyone. You want to attract the right person. So that's what I feel is the best advice. So I'm not traveling this week. I have another event with something else that's come up, and then the following week I'll be at Miracles of Joy in Bedford, and so we're going to have Dave Garcia on the program next week, and he will tell us a little bit about Miracles of Joy in Bedford, about the things that they're doing there, and so I'm really excited about that. And of course, I want to thank Miracles of Joy in both places, because they are our sponsors. They're really nice people. If you're in the North Texas area in Louisville, be sure to stop by their store. I know that you would find something that would be good for you to take home, or you can just visit their website online and use PS0223, and you can get a nice discount. So that's about it for us today here on the Psychic Side. I'm John Capello. I'm a psychic medium from North Texas. If you'd like a reading from me, go to my website at johncapello.com. Go to the booking tab, and look for a time that is suitable for you and me, because a lot of times people will just send me a message, say, hey, I want a reading now. And I'll say, well, how about Tuesday at 4:30? And they go, nope, I can't do it then. And finally, I just give up and say, just go to the website, please. So if you do that, then we can find a mutual time that we can work together. So tonight is my last night for my mediumship class. We just finished up the Monday Astrologer, and we'll be looking for a new student soon. So if you want to do that, please let us know. We'll sign you up and start teaching you astrology and teaching you about psychic ability and mediumship. So we'll be starting a new round of that pretty soon. So once again, thank you very much for joining me today here on the Psychic Side in the A1R Psychic Radio Network. I'm John Capello, and I'll be talking to you next week. Take care. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast here in Australia. Hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours. I know the world seems to be constantly shifting and changing, and, you know, many of us as we get older would sort of like things to just stand still for a little while and be able to sort of just catch our breath and catch up with technology and all the changes that are happening in the world. But that's the amazing part about being alive and being in this amazing planet, isn't it? That it is always constantly changing. There's always new things to sort of explore and look at and travel and see and whatever. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Magician. So this is the card of the element of surprise. Now, surprise is one of those very ambiguous sort of words. Some people look at the word surprise and say, great, that means something amazing is going to happen. Someone else will sort of say, oh, I don't like that word. Surprises usually mean that, you know, you've been caught off guard. Things aren't going quite the way that you would like them to. So it can be good or bad. To me, it's sort of saying to you that you have all the tools in your toolkit, that you can create magic, that you can create something out of nothing in your life. If you really want to sort of focus on what is going on in your life, that you can create your own surprise, you can create your own magic. And, you know, whether that's a good or bad situation, I mean, depends on where you are in your life at this point in time. I personally see this card when it comes out in a reading as, oh, yippee doodle dandy, we're going to get some change, whether or not it may be what we want, but there's a breakthrough. Things are moving, things are changing, things aren't static anymore, things aren't stuck. So sometimes, you know, to get out of a stuck situation, it may not necessarily be to our liking, but overall in the bigger scheme of things, it ends up being to our liking because it clears the cobwebs out of everything, clears everything away so that we can start to get some massive changes or some movement in the camp, as I like to call it. And it's a good card. I like the Magician. It's, you know, it's a very positive sort of card to me that for breaking up things that are going on in our lives. So we're going to move on to the astrological section of the chart now. Now, it's really sort of interesting because even though we're in the Gemini time, things are starting to break up a little bit and starting to disperse a little bit, which is good because everything's been so concentrated for so long that we haven't really had a lot of diversity in the chart. So things are starting to sort of pull apart a little bit like a pull apart, you know, tart. And that's good. So we've still got the sun sitting in Gemini, so happy birthday to all the Geminis. Now, I'm going to sort of talk about now the Gemini section of the chart. Now, this will affect Geminis, Libra, and Aquarius, and the opposite side of Gemini is Sagittarius, but it still flows over in a more watered-down version to the other remaining signs in the chart. I don't sit here and break down the 12 signs and what's going to happen in the next week. I look at a Polaroid snapshot of where the planets are sitting just prior to the show, and that's how I bring my astrological report to you each week. So this week we've got Mercury, the planet of communication, which is holding hands or conjunct the sun, which is holding hands or conjunct Venus. Now, they're all sitting in Gemini. Now, when we've got Mercury here, Mercury's at home here. Mercury rules Gemini, so Mercury feels very, very comfortable here. So it's a little bit like sort of Mercury on steroids in a sense that Mercury's going chatter, 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 chatter. There's lots of communication, lots of things to be shared, lots of opinions, lots of people have a lot to say. Whether it's, you know, useful or not is another debate for another day, but there's lots of communication going around at the moment. And that means all forms of communication, whether it's verbally, whether it's text messages, emails, as tuning into social media. They're all forms of communication besides where we get communication or information off other devices like televisions, podcasts, radios, those sort of things. There's lots of communication filtering and floating around at the moment. I'm not saying all of it's truthful, but I'm saying there's a lot of communication out there at the moment. So Mercury is conjunct or holding hands the sun, which is sitting in Gemini, which is asking us to sort of really sort of put our best foot forward, particularly if you're a Gemini. It's the time to shine. It's your birthday time of the year. So really get out there and strut your stuff. So the sun is also conjunct or holding hands with Venus, the planet of love and affection. Now, the Venus is the planet where we look for love, but it's also for the things that we love to do in our lives. So not always when Venus is featured are we all going to race out there and find a new love. It can be bringing things into our life that put a smile on our dial, things that make us feel warm and fuzzy, the things that we love to do. So if you are seeking love, no matter what the 12 star signs you are, let's do it in a general way. If you're seeking love, make sure that you're in places where there is communication, where there is an opportunity to meet people, where you can sort of strut your stuff a little bit, that, you know, you can shine a little bit there, and go to places that are in your local environment. It's not the time to be sort of seeking out love on a long distance trip or an overseas trip. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying you're more likely to find love in your own backyard, so to speak, in your own local environment. So get out and participate in some of the events that might be going on in your local district, particularly over the next week to 10 days. This is the time that if, you know, Cupid's arrows are going to strike, you will meet somebody that has a similar interest to you because you've gone to the same event, or you've gone to the same show, or you've gone to the same movie, or, you know, something that might be happening locally in your district. And don't forget, you know, communication is the key. If you see somebody that's sitting across the table from you, wave, say hello, how are you going? You know, ask them how their day's been. You know, don't be frightened to sort of be the one to initiate the communication, because Gemini is asking us all to be a little bit more communicative. Talk to our fellows that are surrounding us next door, down the street, when we're at the shops or the cinema or wherever we might be. Say hello to somebody. You know, brighten their day. You know, it doesn't always have to lead to romance, but quite often by you just initiating something like this when the planets are sitting here can be the start of something absolutely amazing. So we have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, is in the last couple of degrees of being in Taurus. He's been there for quite some time now. So Uranus is really starting to stir things up. Now, this is going to affect Tauruses, Virgos, Capricorns, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. Now, just because Uranus is there is a little bit like the Magician card here, doesn't necessarily mean it's all good, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's all bad. Uranus is like the bolt of lightning. He can strike out of nowhere. Now, what Uranus is asking those signs particularly, and then flows on to the others, is make sure what you're standing for, or what you believe in, or what you believe to be correct is correct, not just your own selfish, self-absorbed way of looking at things. Now, the Taurian energy is about practicality. It's about what's mine's mine. What's yours is mine also, and it's about money. It's about possessions. It's about the things that you hold dear. Now, this is why I'm giving you a word of caution here. Uranus here will take those things away from you if you are not playing fair, if you are not being decent, if you're not sharing, if you're not considering the other person's point of view. Then sometimes Uranus can come along here and give you a slap over the face and say, well, I'm going to take that off you because you've been too greedy. So you have to be very, very careful here. If you're any one of those signs and you're dealing with something that has a monetary configuration or a monetary attribute to it, make sure that you're not being greedy. Make sure that you are sharing if there's sharing that is required. It's also the time, if you're going to present a business plan to a financial institution looking to gain, you know, funding for something, make sure that you're very clear, you're very concise, you show them how you're going to repay this, that you don't leave any stone unturned. It's a time where everything has to be very thorough, the I's have to be dotted and the T's have to be crossed, and you have to present a very unified front forward. Now, Uranus here in Taurus is actually holding hands or conjuncting Jupiter, the planet of expansion and opportunity, but Jupiter's sitting in Gemini. Now, what this means, if you are doing this for all the right reasons and you haven't been greedy, stubborn or selfish, and, you know, you're doing things for the betterment of everybody, then with the conjunction here of Jupiter will expand your world right out. Jupiter then can bring opportunity. Jupiter can bring new ideas to the table, can bring a fresh approach to things. Jupiter can bring a completely different way of looking at things and expand it right out and hopefully make it better. By the same token, if you've been in that first category where you're being stubborn, pig-headed, not wanting to share, being greedy, being self-absorbed, then Jupiter will come along and say, give you a slap around the face and say, you're being greedy. I'm going to take a number of these things away from you because you are not playing by the rules. So please be very, very careful if you're any one of those signs. So when we're talking about Jupiter here, we're talking about Jupiter in Gemini going to Aquarius, Libra, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius, and then flowing on to the others. But the most important part of this conjunction is the fact that it's Uranus. Uranus is in Taurus. Uranus is leading the charge here. Jupiter's just holding hands and not so much coming along for the ride, but is there and equally as powerful, but we lead with the Taurus energy. So we're going to move on to the part of fortune. Now, the part of fortune is not necessarily a planet. It's part of what's known as the Arabian parts, and it's where we look for improvement and opportunities in our lives. Now, the part of fortune is conjunct or holding hands the moon. Now, the moon, I must caution you, moves very, very quickly, only stays in a sign for 2.5 days. So this is a very fast-moving transit or movement of the planet. So we've got the part of fortune, which is showing us where we want to sort of achieve and strive and become the best person that we can be, is currently conjunct or holding hands the moon that's sitting in Leo. Now, the moon in Leo is very powerful, let me assure you. Anybody that has moon in Leo, which I do, you understand how it works. You get out of bed and your hair's not right, you're having a bad hair day, and that's where that phrase comes from. But on a much stronger side, the moon in Leo is very proud, very dramatic, very fixed, very rigid sometimes in the way that they approach things. And anybody that has got that moon in Leo in their chart, or for those people that are a fire sign, and we're talking about Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Aquarius, and then it will filter down to everyone else. It's asking us to make sure that we're not being overly dramatic. That, things that might be on an emotional front at the moment, look at them head on. Don't be the drama queen. Look at it in a very logical, practical, down-to-earth manner. Yes, you can be strong. You can be determined. You can put a brave front up. You can put forward a good plan, or, if you've got to talk about a delicate matter, yes, you can be firm. But make sure that you're not dictatorial. Make sure that you are putting your listening ears on and listening to the other person's point of view as well. That's really, really important. And if it's something of emotional nature, make sure that you tone down the emotion and keep it very fact-based if you possibly can. And then, sprinkle in a little bit of that magical emotional energy as well. But do it in a positive sort of way. Try not to be negative or dictatorial or bossy, because sometimes with the moon here, they can be sort of very snappy, snarly, be quite bossy and sort of say, this is the only way because I've said so. We need to make sure that we're considering everybody else in the equation as well. We have Neptune in Pisces. Neptune is coming to the end of its reign in Pisces too. So this is a really nice energy to me because Neptune rules Pisces. It's sort of like the creative energy has been let out of the bag a little bit. So for anybody, no matter what your star sign, but particularly the water signs, we're talking about Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo, this is a time when you can be really creative. You can really sort of daydream a little bit. Again, make sure that the daydreams or the creativity that you're doing has a positive slant. Don't use it to try and undermine somebody else or to be nasty or to take something from somebody else that's rightfully theirs, because if you do that, then Neptune here will turn around and say to you, well, that's okay. You can be deceitful. You can be nasty. You can be rude, but just watch what the backlash is going to be for that. There will be consequences. People tend to think of sometimes when a planet's sitting in Pisces, everything's lovey-dovey and fairy floss pink and, it's like the Peter Pan thing. We don't want to grow up. We don't want to look at responsibility. We don't want to do those sort of things because we're too busy in our creative head. Yes, that's very true. But Neptune also has a darker side to him and says to you, if you misbehave, if you do not follow my lead, if you do not understand the energy of how I work, I will turn around and give you a slap in the face, and it'll be one that you don't forget. I will take things from you because you've been destructive, you've been deceitful, you've been nasty in the way that you've approached things. So just because it's sitting in this nice, gentle Pisces sort of energy, don't underestimate the power of the Pisces energy because it has the power of the previous 11 signs. So it sort of is probably a more powerful placement for a planet to be in than anything. And the fact that Neptune rules Pisces, it gives it that extra boost there that says that, okay, you've got to make sure you behave yourself here. So finally, I want to wrap up with Mars has just moved into Taurus, so Mars will be there for a little while, and he's going to stir things up. So Mars moving into Taurus, just moving into Taurus is saying to us, okay, I'm going to stir up your personal finances, particularly if you're a Taurus, Virgo, or a Capricorn, or the opposite sign of Scorpio. It's saying to you that I have the drive, I have the determination, I have the energy, but make sure that you're doing things for the right reasons. If you are not doing things for the right reasons, then you could have dire consequences on your plate. So again, Mars is the planet of action, opportunity, get off the couch, make things happen, go into things with an enthusiastic manner, but make sure it is for the right reasons. I can't stress that enough. It has to be for the right reasons. So that's where we're going to leave the astrology section for this week. And we're going to take our first caller, which is Francine in Callender in Ontario in Canada. Are you there, Francine?
Oh, I am.
Hello. Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Francine?
I'm lost, and I don't know what to say. I had to ask for about any questions.
Usually people phone into the show, sweetie, because they've got something that's troubling them, bothering them, something they want answered. So that's why I always ask for a direct question, because we have such a limited time.
I do have a question. Is my eldest daughter, going to ever talk to me again?
Oh, okay, that's a really interesting question, Francine. And I'm sorry to hear that you and your daughter are estranged. The first thing that they're showing me from the other side is not just at the moment. She's very, very stubborn, and I think you already know that, but she's one of these children, and I'm going to call her a child because she's your daughter, no matter how old she is, that she tends to think that she's always right. She never, ever admits that she could have made a mistake. That's just not on the equation. I'm going to say for the moment, no, but I do feel in 2025 she is going to reach out randomly one day, and it'll depend on how you react at whether or not we actually reestablish a connection with your daughter. Now, look, I'm not asking you to forgive everything that's gone down, because sometimes that's just too hard. There's always two sides to a story. And I know she severely hurt you, and this is the first time, and it probably won't be the last either, but this is one of these very important times where she has really cut you to the quick. Now, she's going to reach out to you randomly, I'm going to say probably by phone call, and it's going to be sort of like she's quite aggressive, she's quite angry, and she's blaming you, but at the same time she's asking for your help. Now, I can't tell you what to do. What I can suggest to you is, okay, as much as your first reaction might be to go to hell, I'm not going to, when you speak to me like that, I'm not going to put myself out. Maybe you have to be the bigger person in this instance and sidestep your own emotion and say, hang on a minute, my child needs me. My child's reached out to me. She's asking for help. Whether I agree with it or not, maybe this is the opening for us to reestablish a connection again. And that's why I'm sort of suggesting to you, I can't tell you what to do, but I can suggest to you that, when she does catch you off guard like this, that your first initial reaction isn't, well, go to hell, is, okay, all right, we can deal with how you spoke to me later. Let's just sort of get this situation sorted, and then we can start to work on the process. It's interesting because they keep saying to me from the other side, she is very much your daughter. So I can only take from that comment from the choir that the two of you are equally as stubborn as each other, and that's not a bad thing. But sometimes we have to lead by example, Mum, of how to sort of be the bigger person in the situation. Look, I know she misses you. She misses you terribly. But her pride will not allow her to pick up that phone or send a message and say, hey, Mum, I'm sorry. It's like she chokes on it. And I think you can understand that. It's hard to get a hold
of her because she has no phone number. She has
no, but she's going to ring you. Yeah, but she's going to ring you out of the blue. Whether she's bought another cell phone or borrowed a girlfriend's or whatever, it'll be a random thing. They were showing me March on the timeline, but look, timelines from the other side aren't always accurate. But I suppose what I'm supposedly sharing with you is that if you get a random phone call from a phone number you don't know, answer it. If it's your daughter, you know how to handle it. You know what I mean? You can always, let's establish a connection with her, then we can deal with her attitude later. But I do think the two of you are going to end up super close. And that's sort of a long way from where you are now, Francine. Look, it's not my place to sit here and say who was right or who was wrong. I'm just going to say you're both at fault. You're both as stubborn as each other. And once we can get over that, I think there's going to be a really beautiful mother-daughter relationship there in a more mature way than what there ever was. Your daughter hasn't seen it through mature eyes yet, but she will. And she really, really has missed you. So unfortunately, Francine, that's where we've got to leave it. We've got a limited time on the show. I'm going to talk with Jessica now in Nuclear, Colorado, USA. Are you there, Jessica?
I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, sweetie?
Yeah, it's a really weird one. I have a friend right now who is dying of cancer, and his mother had a native shaman. I mean, it's life, but she had a Navajo shaman come bless him, and they had mentioned that he had a question or something that wasn't answered, and that was like stopping him from. He's just suffering right now, like he's holding on for something.
Right.
So I was just wondering if you could help with that at all.
I mean, that's interesting that his mum's brought in, you know, a native person. Is there any sort of native history there with this person that's facing their own
I don't think,
mortality?
Not that I know of. I think that she's just she was looking for some sort of answers. I'm not sure why she chose that.
Yeah, I mean, look, people do things that seem out of character or peculiar or strange at a time like this because they're looking or searching for answers or some sort of comfort or whatever. Look, I'm not going to disagree with what the Native American person has said, but what I'm picking up is they're just not ready to go yet. You know, no matter how sick they are or how many times the doctors have said they've only got X, Y, Z, you know, time left, they're just not ready to give in yet. They're pretty stubborn in that way. They're just not ready to go. I don't know that they're waiting for anything in particular. It may just be waiting for the fact that they're ready to sort of say, I'm going to exhale now and I'm going to depart. You know, like I don't think that there's any great magical message here. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like this person just doesn't feel that they're ready to let go yet. And that's okay. That's their choice, you know, like I have an unusual belief. I believe that there's an imaginary date stamped on our forehead that says when we're going to depart. And, you know, if that's ahead of the bus timetable, well, then maybe it's not his time. I also sort of feel that bringing this Native American person in was more for the mum than it was for him.
Oh, I agree. Yes.
It was more to give her comfort or something. You know what I mean? Like, comfort's probably not the right word, but to me, she got more out of it than the son did. And I think maybe the message is more for her.
I gotcha. Okay.
Do you know
he definitely doesn't want to. He definitely doesn't want to go yet. But he's just like he's having such a hard time like breathing, and so I don't think it's like he's suffering a little bit. So
but even though he is suffering, if he's not ready to let go, then nobody can force that. You know what I mean? You see people that linger on way past their supposed date of expiration, and then other people get the news and bang, they're gone within a week. You know what I mean? And they were told they had 12 months to go or 2 years, you know. So it's all about mental attitude and whether or not you're ready. And I mean, even though he might be having physical difficulties, that you and I'd look at it and say, oh, that's cruel, you know, but maybe he's just not ready to say goodbye yet. You know, it's his choice. So, I look around your friend and I don't see anything there to me that's unresolved or waiting for anything or waiting for a particular person or waiting for an event. He's not. He's just being stubborn and says, I'm not ready to go. And that's his choice. Yeah. Okay. And I think that's beautiful. But he really does treasure your friendship. You know, you two sort of have had this amazing connection that he will never, ever forget. And I know when his time does come that, you know, he does fly with the angels, he will look at you as being one of the most prominent people in his life that he wants to sort of continue to guide. And that's a really beautiful thing.
That is really beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, but you've always been honest with him. You know, you've called it as it is. You've always been honest. You've had this very honest communication, haven't you, between the two of you?
Yep. And sometimes he didn't like that.
No, well, and sometimes I'm sure you didn't like it either. But you see what I mean? That's what he's valued the most, is that there's always been this honest communication with each other and that you've never tried to pull the wool over his eyes or paint the picture that isn't there. You've been open, you've been honest, you've listened to him, you've been there through his struggle with his cancer and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, you've walked in and said, geez, you look like crap today, you know, and he's appreciated that. And then other days you've walked in and said, gee, your eyes are sparkly. Do you know what I mean? Where everybody else has danced around things, you've been the one constant in his life where you've been truthful, and he really appreciates that. Look, it's not my place to say when he's going to go. I just know it's not now. He's just not ready. But when he does, he'll tell you, and he'll say to you, you know, this might be our final time together. And, you know, as much as that's going to bring you to tears, and of course it will, but you know then he's telling you that he's getting ready to go. So, you know, when he comes to that point, it'll probably only be 48 hours. So, but he promised himself he'd always let you know when it was his time, and it's not his time yet.
Okay.
So, you know, like, tell him that, you know, maybe the message was more for his mum than it was for him, so that he can then stop racking his brains, you know, with what time he's got left and what energy he's got. There's nothing he's waiting for. He is at peace with himself. He's at peace.
I think
with
it's more his mom trying to answer that question. So I think you're totally right up with that. Completely right.
Yeah. And maybe you can tell him that, you know, that's the message that came through. It's more for his mum, and, you know, and that'll ease his mind too, that then he can sort of deal with that in whichever way that he sees fit, you know, to even if he says something to his mum that's going to put her mind at ease, that's his choice then. But that's what they showed me. It was more for her than it was for him. But you're an amazing friend, and he will never, ever forget you. He will always be by your side. And he just sort of feels that, you know, this was a very soul connection. And I don't mean a soul connection as you were meant to be lovers, but a soul connection as in friends, that you had the ultimate friendship together and everything's good. So anyway, sweetie, that's where we're going to leave it. I hope that that's sort of been of help to you, and you can sort of give that message to him, and he can sort of then find some sort of peace out of that. So it's really, really interesting how spirit works, because every week, if you watch the show regularly, you know that I pick a song of the week, and I never know what it is. It just comes to me either as I'm doing the astrology for the show, or I go through my list of songs, or sometimes it's a song that's been going around in my head. And today I picked a song that nobody in the US will probably even know. Here in Australia, we know it because, you know, we have a competition, as you do, called Idol. We have Australian Idol, which started back here in 2003. And the person that came second in Idol that year was a gentleman by the name of Shannon Noll, and he's gone on to have an amazing musical career here in Australia. And I want to leave you with one of the songs from the show, and it's called Angels Brought Me Here. And I think that's very, very appropriate, particularly for Jessica that we were just talking to. And that's what I love about Spirit. It connects all the dots, brings everything together. So Angels Brought Me Here by Shannon Noll. So until next week, bye for now.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light transmedium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.